Ended. Has it actually started yet?
Yeah, it's still showing offline for me.
Because it tells me I'm streaming.
It takes forever to actually come up though with the delay.
Okay, let's just check then. Did I actually save it? Like, I'm not streaming on my own channel now, am I?
It doesn't look like it. I don't see your. I just looked at my
No, okay.
follow
My
list.
channel is offline.
Mhm.
Because OBS tells me I'm streaming, but I'm not entirely sure where.
Yeah, it started to load the stream for a second and then went back to offline.
Yeah, same for me. And I've been streaming for like 2 minutes now, according to OBS. So
Okay, here it comes. My preview window is catching up now. Yeah, Voltus, this is the most casual of runs. We already hit the 5-hour mark and we haven't even started yet.
So stream is online now?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, is audio fine, or do I need to like turn up the game or my voice or something?
We'll have to wait 30 seconds to get a response.
Well, it's better than having to fix it like mid-run or something. Okay, I'll take audio testicle as a good thing.
Might as well let the intro finish playing out too, just because the music's really awesome.
Oh,
The title
damn,
screen.
yeah, I could have done
We
that.
already skipped it. Or...
Yeah.
No, never mind then.
I don't have nearly as many options in the English. Wow. Yeah, I don't even get anything. Like, at least you can do an exclamation mark and stuff in the Japanese version. English one apparently doesn't have that. So I'll just
Well,
go
it's got
with,
it's got two BS and N buttons though.
yeah. I'll just go with Ever hates naming strats.
Apparently I'm super loud and or super old. That could easily be a typo.
Okay, so the beginning of this game is a little bit slow. I would have taken log voltos, but the game just didn't allow me to do the exclamation mark.
Yeah, you can't have log without excitement at having one.
This conversation is not nearly as funny as in German, because he apologizes for playing soccer with the chickens. I'm not doing a timer for the run itself, it's just a timer for how long the whole stream has been running.
Yeah, so if anybody's never heard of this game before, which is kind of understandable for Americans, just because this game was never released outside of Japan and Europe/Australia, I would definitely consider this game to have the best graphics and soundtrack of all three.
Yeah, okay, so what I did just there was throwing a pot at the door to open the door and then immediately leaving the screen. Because usually when you throw the second pot at the door to open it up, a 29-second long cutscene starts playing where people find excuses to leave you alone because they're pussies. So I do that. The version of the skip I did is about 2 seconds slower than the usual setup, but it's really safe.
Alright, got the door skip. We don't have to reset the whole marathon.
Yeah.
So now we freed Yomi from his box that was sealed in the basement, and yeah, we kind of fucked up with that. So like, the reason I say the beginning of the game is kind of slow is because Yomi gives you this whole tour of the chest, which is basically your inventory and status screen and everything.
Yeah, Yomi is called Fluffy in the German version. Little interesting liberty there. Because it makes a little more, maybe it makes a little more sense with the manual artwork for Yomi.
Okay, now we go to pick up the very first weapon, and then the actual gameplay commences. I'll be meshing through most of the text, so I'll try to explain the story while doing this.
You got a weapon!
Yeah, I think the English
Some
version is actually the
big-
only one that doesn't mention the name of the weapon. It's just, yeah, you get a weapon, brah. So yeah, by unsealing Yomi from his box, we froze everyone in the village, because that's just what happens.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like, almost anything that happens in Chapter 1, really, but,
I guess it's
It's-
kind of like opening Pandora's box, like a reference to that. This is so weird, I'm still not used to the amount of text boxes compared to the Japanese version. Unfortunately, we are not hearing too much of the Underworld theme yet. That will change soon though, it's really, really good.
yeah. I mean, this is kind of a late Super Nintendo, or I guess actually Super Famicom game, so it really pushes the hardware to its limits, like with the crystal blue in the sky and the scrolling effect of the underworld.
Yeah, is the stream lagging for anyone else, or...?
It's fine for me, it's just got the typical Twitch latency.
So the towers are very straightforward. Especially the first one, you just have to kill this enemy to open up a door. The only thing you kind of need to pay attention to in the first tower is your experience. Of course I didn't get him. Wow, really? Okay, so I was supposed to kill an enemy there, but he moved completely away from me. I have no idea why, so now I have to get this one.
I know why. Who else is in this Skype call?
No need to thank me. Just doing my job.
So I'll
Yeah,
need
both
to...
this game and Soul Blazer have some
thank
interesting,
you.
like, experience management going on.
Wow.
Because there's a glitch in this game where if you're attacking the enemy inside their hitbox while you level up, you continue to do damage during the level up animation.
Yeah, we call that the Shoryuken level up.
Fight was kind of okay. There is a little skip at the end of this fight. If you actually get the level up while standing on the door will already open during your level up text box thing, and you can save like 2 seconds by not having this right here. But setting that up usually takes a lot longer than it's a lot more time than it saves. So yeah, the main problem with this game, especially with speedrunning, is that after each tower in Chapter 1 there's like a 2-minute cutscene that you just have to sit through. Like when you see them for the first time, they look really impressive and the music is really good. Well, it's just there. I'm just mentioning it's there. Like, sometimes you just get it by pure accident, and that's why we do the experience management to always get the level up at the end of the fight and not during the fight. But the setup is just not worth it. Sometimes the enemies are just line up in a way where it happens naturally, and then you save 2 seconds, then you can be very happy. So at least we avoided the first crash point of this version of the game. I've been told it can actually crash at the end of Tower 1. Bloody Mary is actually not a big deal in a speedrun. She's really annoying in casual play, but in a speedrun she's not really that bad.
Yeah, a lot of the boss fights, you take the ActRaiser 2 approach of just abuse invincibility frames on your attacks.
Okay, so Tower 2 is actually my favorite tower, because it has a lot of execution and no RNG. Like, it looks a lot easier than it actually is, because it has a lot of weird corners and turns you have to do.
This is where we see that Ark is not Will too. I mean, Will would have just cleared the first tower to unfreeze his girlfriend and then been done with the whole thing.
Game over.
Yep.
Like, these corners are so weird in the room with the switches. You're just getting through there without losing time. Don't snipe me, mage, please. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it probably isn't super obvious just from watching us play too, but this game easily has kind of the most fluid controls of all of them too.
Yeah, definitely.
You can just hold down a button on the controller to run instead of having to double tap. You can double tap the D-pad to run, but why?
You actually don't even need to hold it down. As long as you don't stop running, if you just press it once, you keep running until you stop. So there's another little skip here. At the end of the conversation you move left of the Guardian in order to actually enter the door while the Guardian still disappears. That was actually a pretty good tower too. I don't think I made a mistake. And now is where RNG hell will begin. Because Tower 3 is just horrible. Yes, we have already finished the first 2 games. Yeah, I mean, like 5 hours 24 is a legit time for Tower 2. Helen, the timer I'm using is for the whole thing. I started the timer when Everhate started his Soul Blazer run.
So, in a nutshell, blame Everhate for bad time.
Yeah, Kakusho, it's like 80% resets on door skip, because I'm really bad at the fast setup.
Yeah, I have that effect. For some reason, mine went fine, and then like everything exploded.
I think we can probably start blaming Twitch TV at this point.
Yeah, but it should be back up in a moment.
Yeah, it's starting to reload for me.
Okay, and we enter the RNG room. I'm taking bets on the amount of fakes. I need 3 real mages in order to beat the fight, but I think the highest fake count I've had was 11.
I mean, this is a pretty interesting fight just because you're meant to think it's a guessing game, but in reality all 3 of the high cadets are either fake or real at the same time, so it is 100% RNG, although I believe Lemon discovered a way to manipulate it by music cue.
Yeah, the RNG is time-based from the moment you go into the tower. Like, it depends on how much time you spend in Tower 3. And since the music does not stop on screen transitions or anything, you can use the music as an audio cue. That also requires you to be incredibly consistent at Tower 3 though. Because once you make a mistake, it's over. Actually not a bad fight. That should have been 4 fakes if I counted correctly.
The fakes all give real experience too, so it is desirable to get a few in order to fit into the leveling route.
Yeah, there's a route where you actually get by on getting 0 fakes, but some of the enemies in that route you need really high damage in order to actually kill them without spending time. I'm pretty sure that was 4 fakes. I might have miscounted though. I think I got 3, then I got 2 hits, and then I got another fake. But I might have miscounted the first 3. Because one of them took forever. I just don't even know what the picnic was. Like, I didn't even disconnect from anything else. Just Twitch doesn't like awesome streams apparently.
I checked earlier during the ending to IOG, and it didn't look like there were any really big, like, League of Legends or StarCraft tournaments going on. So that's usually an easy target for why there's technical problems.
Yeah. I think there's some other bigger speedrun events going on today, though. Isn't today like that Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask thing? I think it might be. Not completely sure though. Okay, so the fight at the beginning of Tower 4 introduces a little bit of RNG because it's random when and in which order the mages spawn. And I messed up my strat. Oh, come on, really? Nah. Fight was acceptable, I guess, but nothing special. Tower 4 is really confusing when you play it for the first time. When you actually know where to go, it's really short. Which is true for quite a few dungeons in this game, I guess. Really? Really? Wow. So yeah, whenever mages look at you, they can stun you, which is just awful.
Yeah, I find that kind of funny, Hakuge, that they both did that with the world map and what happens to Tokyo over the course of the game.
And then it wasn't even released in the US, so they couldn't make people feel bad about Tokyo or Japan. So this boss is a nice little... wow, go away. Nice little break from all the RNG because this pattern is fixed. Which means that if I actually miss a cycle here... wow, I'm just really bad at the game. And all the damage I take here does not matter at all because I will need to go to sleep right after this scene. That was so bad. And for some reason in the PAL version it takes forever to get out of this fight. In the Japanese version it takes about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Taking damage in Chapter 1 isn't really a big issue anyway, just because you get an automatic regen effect, because your weapon draws power from the crystal blue in the sky.
Which is actually... people or souls.
Yeah. The Soul Blazer missed a few spots, hence the crystal blue.
So yeah, I should have actually killed the last part of that boss in Tower 4 while he was off screen, but I was a little bit too far to the right, so he got past me. Yeah, so at the end of each tower, a continent in the overworld is resurrected, or raised from the sea. So that's basically what you're doing for the first chapter. Yeah, you only regen when you use the Cry Spear and only while you're in the underworld. Which is, it's kind of funny because at the end of the game you get back to the underworld, that mechanic does not work then. They just forgot to put it back in, I guess.
Oh, is it possible to get different weapons in Chapter 1, or is it just if you unequip it?
You only get that one weapon in this chapter. You could buy armor, but yeah, that's really annoying to grind for, because I think the armor costs like 600 gems and most enemies drop... I think the biggest money drop you can get in Chapter 1 is like 12.
Hashtag grinding.
But if you go at night, the armor only costs like half the price, I think. But I don't know, I never bought it in my life. Wait, there's a weapon in the shop? Really? I don't know, I never bothered with stuff like this. Oh, the wood stick, okay, I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever been in the shop in this town. So now I actually pick up an armor, which is pretty rare in this run, because I need it, otherwise I can't enter Tower 5. So we collected a certain thread in the Tower 4, we gave it to Elle, because she's the daughter of the Weaver, and now she's making a beautiful armor for us.
Which we'll be wearing for the vast majority of the game.
Yeah.
And obviously you get better results when weaving under a spotlight.
I love Ark's face whenever he falls out of bed. I think this one is actually, the second one is actually funnier. Where it looks like he's biting the floor. Yeah. Yeah, in German she's called Melina and not Elle.
Yeah, this English version, the names are a lot closer to the Japanese version. Like, she's Eru in the, oh nice. Faceplant. Yeah, she's Eru in the, Japanese version, and Ark is Aku.
Yeah, it's... wow, really. It's just Elle in German would be a really weird name, so I guess they changed it.
Hmm.
And off we go. That was actually a decent menu for once. I just, like, when equipping that armor, I hold down and right, and I just pray that I let go at the right spot. Because of that weird Yomi-like you have in the inventory.
Yeah, the ultimate weapon and armor have much better names in the German version than the English or Japanese, though.
Yeah, the English version was really lazy about that. So this is what we need Elle's cape for, because otherwise this Guardian just shoots you in the face and you get pushed out of the tower. So that's the only reason we actually need to pick up that armor. Good afternoon, Evil Dead. With the double A, Hakuge. Aku. I don't know how we would pronounce that, I guess.
Yeah, it would be with the long A sound.
Okay, and the first really bad boss of the game. A lot of people have trouble with this when learning the game, because this boss lags like hell. Really? Wow. Get wrecked! GG. That was so bad. Okay, now we get this out of the way, I can actually try to play well.
As good as all the graphics are, and as much stuff as there is going on, it's surprising there's not more lag in this game.
I don't fully understand what happened there.
Whoa. Did the lag eat your inputs or something?
No, I don't really know. Like, I got stuck in the claw and I don't know why I couldn't get out.
Because he keeps all the shadows that got thrown off the floating continent and just unleashed them all at once.
It's just, I don't know, that should never happen. But what can you do about it? At least I got the train wreck going early.
Oh, it's just one of those, because so much of boss fights are abusing invincibility frames. If you get an area where there's lag, it's really easy to drop an input and end up taking a bunch of damage and getting comboed to death.
Yeah, that's the main problem with this fight. I use this dashing attack back and forth, which makes me invincible, so that's the way to... I can get into his claws without actually taking damage. But because of the lag, the timing on that is really hard to pull off, so that's how this is supposed to look. And I got the level up that killed the second claw, which is really good, so now I don't have to spend time doing that.
Yeah, because this boss is basically
And I got a
4
perfect
different
Shadow Keeper.
pieces.
At least so far. So now I get 2 more cycles of free hits because of that wonderful level up animation. I love how we go from complete and utter failure to the perfect fight.
That's how it always works.
You can actually do the firing strat, but it's a few seconds slower in that fight, so yeah. At least I was able to show off how that fight is supposed to look after failing miserably. Well, I guess I missed 2 hits while attacking out of him, so it wasn't literally perfect, but it was really good. He gave me the perfect pattern. The good thing about dying in this game is that you don't actually lose any progress. Like, you don't lose money, experience or anything, the game just puts you back to a spot. There's certain like spots that reset your spawning points, spawning point throughout the game.
Unlike the other 2 games, there isn't really any point where you want to die to respawn though, just because you get it. There's a spell you can cast that teleports you out of dungeon. That's always be more efficient than actually trying to die on purpose.
There's not a single... There's one spot in the game where you can consider death warping depending on your HP, which only makes you go through 2 extra screens then.
That teleport spell also has a really sweet casting animation. Obviously worth using just for that.
The spell animations in this game are really good in general. Like for the 5 big pins. I'll only be using 2 of them throughout the run, but they're really sweet.
Yeah, we'll be using the arc waving bye bye and the Secret of Mana ripoff one.
Yeah, okay, so now I'm going to do some additional stuff in order to raise Polynesia and Moo from the ocean.
Oh, Moo. It's probably a good thing that we're not, because I think, what is it, the status cure pin that fills the screen with birds?
Yeah, it's the wind pin, I think it's called. So I need to kill everything in this shrine in order to open the door at the end. Wow. I could have picked up that money. And I'm toasted.
Toasty!
And there we go, that was Polynesia. I always get the 2 confused. Yeah, magic in general in this game is pretty damn useless because like 70% of boss fights don't even allow you to use any magic. And now we do this super hard puzzle right here. Wait, no. And I messed it up. Nice one. And that's Moo. It's a shame you can only resurrect Polynesia and Moo after you completed Tower 5. Because that makes you take quite a detour to get both of them, or at least to get Moo. Well, it takes place underground, so you have that thing above to show that you don't have a sky, I guess.
If you look at it closely enough, you can actually see the surface of the world in it, though. You have to stop moving in order to actually be able to see it, though.
So yeah, I resurrected Mu in order to get the Enmu Pike later on, which is a really good weapon. It's slower, actually it's about a minute slower for the route, but it's fun to have at certain boss fights. And in Polynesia it's just an Easter egg, but you can do something funny with your stats there. Let's go. Okay. And that's the end of chapter 1, even though it was really bad. Or I should say the death to Shadowkeeper was bad, the rest was actually acceptable.
And wasn't Shadowkeeper originally supposed to be a lot more kind of sickly and undead looking?
Yeah, he looks a lot darker in the original. Like, they changed it right before the end, because he actually, he has a different sprite in the Japanese game guide, which looks a lot darker. And, well, there is a teleport point right to the Shadowkeeper fight in Ark's room at the very beginning, and it's most likely was done by the devs like as a testing spot, and that also hints at the fact that Shadowkeeper was added really late into the game, because otherwise the spot where you would teleport to would most likely be way later in the game. So now we go on to revive this barren wasteland of a planet, and we start with plants.
Because there's one tree that controls all other plants in the whole world.
Ooh, that was close. What the hell? I've never seen that happen before, that's new. Okay.
It's one of those load-bearing trees, like all the bosses in Castlevania. Take out that one tree and the entire world goes down.
I'm still waiting to see what that's never happened before was. Was it leveling up from that fish?
I've never leveled up at that spot before. Okay, we'll take a life potion, just because. You don't actually need it, it makes the last boss fight a little bit safer though.
And of course, by a little bit safer, he means Dark Hag can still kill you in one shot if it wants to.
Yeah, but it's not as likely. He only that only leaves one damage range for him to actually one-shot me. Because with 2 HP potions I get up to 199 HP for the final fight. And Dark Gaia can actually hit you for 196, so getting those 2 HP potion lets you survive that. He can still hit you for 210 and you can't do anything about that. Okay, now I got the leaf, which allows me to swim. I really like that Yomi is mocking you for not being able to swim when there's like one little creek in Krista and that's all the water in the underworld. Everything else is lava. What? Just... okay. I messed that up, but that's not too bad. Usually you're supposed to hit both monkeys with that attack. I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. That's no big deal though, because it's when you kill a flower that releases the soul right before the leaf, you'll get healed to full HP. And when you go here, you're actually healed again, which are the only 2 story heals in this whole chapter, and they're like a minute apart.
Oh, the reason why he's dashing into doors is because if ordinarily when you dash, you speed up a little bit, but then you slow down. But which is why you're not dashing constantly throughout the whole game, because it doesn't really save time. But if you do it at the edges of screens, you gain like a few frames from the dash, and you don't actually have the slowdown because you leave the screen.
Oh, I actually forgot to pick something up in chapter 1, but we'll just wing it. So yeah, usually, as Puexel just said, you slow down because you get this landing animation after performing that attack. But if you do it into a screen transition, you speed up a little bit, don't get the slowdown. It's really not much, but it adds up if you do it with like every screen transition for the game. And now it's time to fight the first RNG boss. I have to kind of concentrate on him, so I won't be commentating too much, because I need to keep track of his HP so I don't kill him early.
Okay, do you want us to be quiet too?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. Alright, so this run does have a couple of grinding segments, because unlike in IOG, your stats do matter against bosses and other required battles. So you do have to grind in a couple spots in order to be able to not get one-shot by bosses and to be able to damage them. This this second boss, the Parasite, is actually a really good place to grind on, because once he gets past this first phase of the fight with the centipede and the things coming out of the side, then goes into a pattern where it either moves down the screen, spawns some smaller parasites, or just closes its eye, and the spawns are worth a really good source of experience.
Yeah, the spawns give good experience, and the most important thing is they only have 1 HP, so it doesn't matter how low my level is going into this fight, I can always one-shot them.
Mm-hmm. So it's level 12 that you want to grind to here then?
It's level 10 and then 11 on the kill.
Okay.
So I grind until level 10 and then I get 10 additional spawns and kill him to reach level 11.
Yeah, but this boss has RNGception, basically, where the randomly moving centipede affects the other RNG that controls what Parasite does exactly. So it's
everything
impossible
except
to
for
manipulate.
moving changes the RNG, like attacking, the centipede moving, getting hit, all of that manipulates RNG.
And then he's attacking the eye in order to just get it so that he can eventually kill it when he's ready to, but also if he attacks the eye when it's closed, that forces it to do something else, either to open the eye, spawn, or to move out.
Yeah, and when the eye is opened and you attack it, it actually closes faster. And when he does the spawn thing, the eye is invincible, so I don't have to worry about dealing damage when that cycle comes up. Which is why I also need to keep track of his HP, because I can't kill him early, otherwise the next dungeon will be incredibly hard.
Yeah, so this is why Terranigma runners get sick of the Chapter 1 Resurrection cutscenes very quickly, just because this Parasite fight is where a lot of runs go to die, just because of bad luck with how quickly you can grind.
The thing is, like, you have a safe spot next to the parasite where I'm standing, where he can't do anything to you. It's just you can take damage when you go down to actually kill the spawns.
this is one of those games where a pretty small number of levels makes a really substantial difference. Like, just getting these few extra levels here makes you actually able to deal damage to things as opposed to doing 1 damage.
Yeah, it's the way damage works is basically you have a certain strength threshold you need to pass depending on the defense of the enemy, and after that your damage increases exponentially. Like there's fights in this game where getting 1 level makes the difference between 4 or 30 damage each hit.
Yeah, so he can either spend time grinding or spend time fighting bosses for longer, and then spending the time grinding makes like other fights a lot easier and safer too.
Yeah, most enemies have resistances to certain kinds of attacks as well as to certain elements. So weapon choice and choice of attack also can make a huge difference.
The level thresholds gives it that common ground with Lagoon, so obviously that's big props toward it.
I do appreciate how my IOG run that's on SDA went up in the same update as PJ's Lagoon run, so that led to some comparisons between Nasir and Freedan's weapons.
The stats on level up are all set.
Yeah, with as much RNG as there is in this game that affects the speedrun in meaningful ways, fortunately your leveling isn't, other than how quickly you can do it, isn't part of that.
We're approaching the end of the grind, even though he's not really giving me that much. The RNG was okay. Like, it wasn't amazing, but it wasn't terribly slow either. So you can see right now this is what he can do, like just spawn all the time if he wants to.
I mean, the variation between, I think, a good and a bad Parasite fight is just like a couple minutes, though, so I mean...
Yeah, it can vary.
Ending runs because of bad Parasite luck isn't really something you need to do until you're trying to go for really good times.
Yeah, like a really, really good and a really bad Parasite are like 2.5 to 3 minutes apart. Okay, almost done. Just 8 more spawns now. And then a shit ton of damage because I played this fight way too safe.
Yeah. Killing the Parasite early, though, probably is worth resetting over, even if you're not trying to get...
Yeah, it's...
for the record or something, because that would just make you lose so much time in the next couple dungeons.
Yeah, it becomes almost impossible to grind Greg-Cliff, depending on when you do it. Like, for example, those stone golems you can kill in Greg-Cliff just while passing through. On level 10 you deal 4 damage, and on level 11 it's like 15, they have 30 HP. And I lost track of how many spawns I had. I think this is 10 now. I'm going for 1 additional just to be really safe. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can kill him now. If he lets me. The thing is, when he spawns, you just can't do anything. You have to kill all of the spawns in order to be able to damage him. Wow. parasite.
And each additional, like, quote-unquote unneeded set of spawns does cut down on the next grinding segment a little bit, but
yeah, it's actually, it kind of can save time to get additional spawns here. I just don't go for it on purpose because getting bad RNG then could ruin a really good parasite fight. But yeah, in this case I actually reached level 11 before killing the parasite. It's intended to reach level 11 with the kill. But as you could see, he didn't want to die at the end. He was just like, no, take all of my things, leave me alone. Take my babies. I actually don't need to heal right now. I'm going to, just because it's one of those douchebag actions. I always feel bad for doing it. And I guess it's something worth showing. So you don't have to pay too much attention to your HP in that fight, because right after there's a full heal. This game was not released in North America because before the game came out, the North American office of Annex shut down. Like, they closed because bad sales and stuff, I guess, so there was no American translation of the game.
Which is really unfortunate. But I don't begrudge Europe and Australia for getting this game as an exclusive, though, just because they got shafted really badly for Super Nintendo RPGs in general.
We got like none of them.
Yeah, it was basically just this, Lufia 2, and Secret of Evermore, I think, were pretty much it, I suppose.
Well, we did get Secret of Mana.
Oh, okay.
And I think Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, or I think it's Mystic Quest Legends in Europe.
Yeah, but not Final Fantasy 4 or 6 though. The first numbered Final Fantasy released in PAL regions was 7.
Okay, so
no
here's
Chrono
this
Trigger
little
either.
smiley face thing that you can just eat for full HP. No, we didn't get Chrono Trigger in midair. Puexel's IOG one was really good.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. So yeah, we get to eat a plant for the face.
So I got the tree spell right there, which is... I need to get it, otherwise I can't progress, but it's also really useful for the speedrun, because using it will give me Magirock that I can use to buy actually useful spells later on. And with actually useful I mean the warp spell, because everything else is really bad in this game. Oh wow, really? Okay, I'm just killing him because he had 1 HP left and he pissed me off.
Yeah, Magirock are basically like MP in this game.
Yeah, yeah, just go for it.
Yeah, whenever you get pins, which are from item shops or from the storyline, which are how you cast spells, they basically you can only have pins in your inventory up to the number of Magirocks that you have, and then whenever you use the pins, you get Magirocks back. So you do actually have to buy uses of your magic in shops. But it is effectively unlimited.
Yeah, you can. In this version of the game, you can collect 96 Magirock. Most of them through side quests and stuff, and some of them just lying around in the dungeon.
Yeah, this is one of the dungeons that's really easy to get lost in.
Yeah, because you have to take the detour in order to get the weapon. So this is actually like the only weapon you absolutely have to get in order to be able to finish the game. Oh wow, I didn't forget the strength potion for once. So you need the rock spear in order to clear this rock and like a few rocks later on in the game. It also significantly increases your damage against everything in this dungeon, so now I'm just going around one-shotting everything. Ooh, I actually got the strat. So if that stone lands, you get stunned in place. And the timing to actually kill the bird and then get the stone before it lands is kind of tight. I'll just take this one because I forgot a magic rock in chapter 1. I forgot that I need an additional magic rock when I get the amber pike. Okay, so for this room here there's a certain amount of different setups you can do, but you can't let any of these stones actually land. Because if they do, the bridges fall down and you have to start the room over again. The jump I just did is kind of a sequence break because you're supposed to go another way and not jump onto that bridge. But if you miss it and fall down, you get sent back to the previous room, so it's kind of risky to do. It doesn't really save that much time either, I just really like how it looks. And it's time for grinding again. Okay, so at this point I have to grind until level 14 in order to use a pretty sweet boss strat. And I try to do it in a way that I hit the first enemy to the right of me, so that if he drops money I can actually pick it up without going out of my way. I'm not managing to do that right now, though.
All the grinding is just training for when you eventually decide to do 7 Saga.
Yeah, maybe if 7th Saga running gets popular enough, we can get hashtag grinding trending on Twitter.
Like, money is, at this point, isn't hugely important. It's really important later on, though, because I have to buy an armor. That, well, you buy the red armor later on, you lose 90 max HP by equipping it, but you gain 13 strength, which is about 3 to 4 levels.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that 90 HP does make it possible to get one shot by the final boss, but the risk is low enough that it's just accepted.
Yeah, when it happens, but it usually doesn't happen too often. Usually, so it's going to happen like 3 times today. I'm not getting any money, but this is how the grind is supposed to look. For the most part, of course. The one time I don't get any drops. Because
he is positioning it in a way so that if the first mud doll or whatever there drops money, you can pick it up without actually having to slow down.
well, it did start at 4 PM European time, Key Paladin. So yeah, he's supposed to fly to the right like that, but he's also supposed to drop money. But nah.
Cheapskate.
Did he just drop money and I can't pick it up because of my level? If he did drop money, I'm going to be so mad. Okay, he didn't.
It is kind of nice for as much as you need experience for levels. Money is much less of an issue in this game overall. There are only, a couple of places you even have much use for it.
Yeah, you basically in this game you buy the armor or you buy some healing items from the money you have left over and then you're good. And there's quite a few chests you pick up. So this is the worst grind in the game in my opinion. Because right after this is the main reset point of all the runs. And you just grind for like 6 to 7 minutes and then you reset. They don't really give more experience than the Parasite guys, but they give more experience per minute because you can clear the screen incredibly fast and they always stand in the same spot. So there's absolutely no RNG involved in this grind.
Yeah, other than how much money you get out of it.
Yeah, but that's... like getting a little bit more money just makes me go less out of my way to pick up money in a later dungeon. I'm not completely reliant on this grind for money. Like individually those 3 guys don't give a lot of experience, but I can clear this room so many times per minute that it starts to add up and be worth it at some point. Oh, I do have more than 200 gems here, which isn't bad. Okay, and I'm done. Time to mess up the most important boss strat. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to try and fight the same boss 4 times in a row.
Which you're not supposed to do, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. The problem is, in order to be able to do that, I need the bird to play along. Okay, I got damage on him, which is good, and whenever he moves, whenever he doesn't do what I want him to, I despawn him by moving him off screen, which makes him start his next cycle faster. So I need the bird to drop down and start some kind of whirlwind attack. But I also need him to drop in... There's like 2 certain spaces where I can't do it when he drops there. Wow, this is really bad.
I mean, there is execution as far as lining up killing the bird with the same attack that makes you fall off the cliff, but much more so is RNG as far as when it lets you do it.
Yeah, because when this right here happens, there's nothing you can do about it. I just have to wait for him to drop. And this might be the worst bird RNG I've seen in a while.
Yep.
Like, he hasn't even dropped in a bad spot. He's just like, nah man, I'm completely fine up here. So you can tell when he's dropping, that is when he's not shooting these 3 things at me, whatever that's supposed to be, that's when he's going to drop. Wow, seriously?
Really?
Wow.
Well, I know from the Skype call that we've got at least 30 more seconds of not dropping ahead.
Yeah, I messed it up. Okay, so I because he took so long, that spot is actually really bad to take. I just went for it because you have 2 pixels in order to actually fall down there. So usually what you do is you kill the bird, and in the same attack you fall down. And that gives you the experience for the whole fight, but also restarts the fight. So you get 500 experience for killing the boss, and then you can fight him again. Which you're usually trying to do 4 times in order to reach level 15. Just getting 1 is really bad. But yeah, if you get good RNG, you can kill all 4 birds in about a minute. The bird was intended to die, but I was also intending to fall down. It's a shame I didn't get it, because it's one of the more interesting strats of the run.
And it speeds up the next dungeon.
It
somewhat.
speeds up the next 3 to 4 dungeons. I'm not really going to grind. The dungeons will just be a little bit slower now. It's not a big deal. It would be an instant reset in a run though. And I'm actually... Wow, what's wrong with me? This run is going well, so I provide the train wreck of the day. Okay, so what I did here is the wind skip, as we call it. When I go into my chest while the stone falls into the hole, I can actually move during the parts of this cutscene that don't have text. So I can actually exit the screen before the cutscene is over. I just messed it up the first time around.
Did it too early, or?
I stood too low, because the only way to really get it consistently is by just mashing the select button. And yeah, by standing too low, I went into the chest too early. Because you're supposed to enter the chest the moment the camera pans up to start the cutscene. But you only have 2 frames to execute that properly. So you stand in a certain spot and just mash select. My setup was a little bit off though, so yeah.
Of course, in typical bird fashion, they always take the most circuitous possible route to their destination.
So in this game, birds are actually somewhat useful because they take you places. But like when going for really good times in speedruns, this is basically where your run starts, because everything before that is a whole lot of RNG and resets because of bad RNG. And now it's time to bring back animals. Which have really weird names. The slow turtle Kameski.
EVO still wins for strange animal names. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus is pretty strong.
Your Kurasalesh for shark.
Yeah, so in Zoo, there is 4 shrines. For the first 3 shrines you need 4 souls respectively, that are spawned by specific enemies when you kill them. In order to make it rain and bring back life so that the animals can return. And you have to actually wait for the soul to be on screen before you leave, otherwise the game will just respawn the enemy and you have to do it again.
Yeah, normally if you linger in any of these screens for a while too, it starts raining and then you can actually kill those turtles without them exploding.
Yeah, rain is... it doesn't happen in a speedrun because we clear Zoo too fast for it to actually start raining. It's really a shame that I'm not level 15 now, because now we'll have to pick up the weapon in this dungeon in order to get a decent boss fight. Yeah, this area is the first like really confusing dungeon, because you actually have to figure out that you need to kill certain enemies and then find them.
And then getting big tossed by the frogs is also like something that kind of has to happen accidentally.
Yeah, for you to, like, you have to use it later on, but to actually know that's a thing that can happen. Okay, so I have to do a small change in the route in order to pick up the weapon. Like, I'm trying to kill as much stuff as possible on the way now. Wow, really? It's the other one? Okay. I never pick it up usually, so... yeah. Oh wow, we actually got rain. Because I'm too stupid to pick up a weapon correctly. We got rain for like 20 frames. Okay, so this part is really weird, because you need to break this wall, and you do that by hitting this guy, making him sneeze so he pushes you through the wall. It's just never mentioned that that sneezing and that boosting you into a direction is actually a game mechanic in any way. So if that never happened to you by accident, it can be really confusing. If you're talking about Terranigma, then no. If you're talking about the whole stream, then yes, you already missed 2 of 3 games. Okay, let's not repeat the mistake I did in my practice and just not go where I need to. Okay, I pick up my second life potion right here to make Dark Gaia a little bit safer, as I said before. Well, the other two runs were a lot better than mine. I can say that already.
Yeah, Algae was really good. Soul Blazer had a couple of minor issues, but it was pretty decent.
This is the PAL version modded to run at 60 frames per second, because I usually run the Japanese version, but I thought that wouldn't be as much fun for people who don't know the game. So you can enjoy some of the cheesy dialogue in this game with this version. It's also, if you're level 15 in this dungeon, you're absolutely guaranteed to one-shot every single enemy here, which is not the case on level 14. It's a damage range for some of them. This part of the game actually completely confused me when as a child when I played it, because you know there's 4 shrines and you need to collect 4 souls for the first 3. So I went like all over the place for hours trying to find the last 4 souls, only to notice that you don't need any for the last shrine.
I think it took me a while to well, I got lost quite a bit in this place when I played. Just finding where the shrines were took me a while.
So now we do some equipment things. I need the new weapon because the boss has a resistance against the rock spear, even though the damage is not that much higher. Or the attack level here, and I'm going to equip the box in order to cast magic during this fight.
Do you still get the weapon here if you're level 15, or are you able to get the boss even without it?
Wow, nice. If you're level 15 going into this dungeon, you change to the crystal spear.
Oh, okay.
Because it deals like 2 less damage than the weapon from this dungeon, but it sums up to the same amount of hits you get on the boss. So you actually lose time by picking up the weapon on level 15 because you already have a weapon that needs just as many hits for the fight. So here I just use the healing spell because it gives you Magirock when using it. And I need to buy Magirock later on, come on. Wow. And I absolutely need this guy to move down, otherwise it's impossible to hit him. So this is where this game can become really trolly. Because if he doesn't move down, there's just nothing you can do, you're just losing time. And once he moves down, you one-cycle him. He completely trolled me. Usually he comes down within like the first 5 to 10 seconds of the second phase and you just wreck him. Like that's one of those bosses, it's like 1 in 15 or 20 attempts where he actually wastes your time, but then he can do it infinitely if he so chooses.
Well, Storm Master is almost like Storm Eagle.
So yeah, this kind of looks like the opening to The Lion King. I'm actually not playing on BSNES Xenodix, I'm playing on SNES 9X version 1.51 because I don't like the way BSNES looks on stream.
A lot of games are just case-by-case basis as far as will this emulator work properly for this game and does it emulate lag properly and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's in Terranigma I actually lose time by not using BSNES because SNES 9X is a tiny bit slower. But I'm fine with that, it's not a lot of time. I think from what I've heard it's actually quite a bit. It's like 14 seconds for every 90 minutes played, I think. So this is by far the hypest part of the run. And just as Will, Ark has knees of steel. So now we have to escort Liam, this little lion cub, on his trial for adulthood. Because that's not cheating in any way. It's easy, become king of the lions by cheating the system. So this involves a whole lot of waiting.
You can kill some birds to pass the time at least.
Yeah, because before leaving a screen I have to wait for Liam to talk to me, otherwise I have to redo the whole screen. And I have to wait at this spot, otherwise he won't jump up here for some reason. So this is one of the few spots where you can't just wait at the end. Well, it is kind of the end, since this is the only screen where he's actually fast. Like, it's a shame there's no Magirock or anything around, because you would have so much time to pick up stuff here. But there's just nothing, so you stand and wait and you enjoy the music.
You sing Lion King songs or whatever else to do to pass the time.
This is exciting! No, Liam, it's really not. He's not even seeing any monsters because I kill anything before he even gets close. He can actually take damage from monsters, and if he takes too much damage, you also have to redo the whole screen. Because this thing wasn't annoying enough already. But I like how he only calls you big guy in the English version.
What does he call you in the German version?
I don't even remember. It's been so long since I actually played the German version of this game. Can't even see the future. But we're almost done with this, so... This is by far the worst screen. Like, if you exit this screen early, you lose more than a minute. So now I can show off falling for no reason, I guess, since I have time to spare. Now we escort him across the stone bridge, even though I'm technically not standing on the bridge. I'm standing in thin air because Ark is really good at that.
How do these falling blocks work? Is it when Liam walks off that they fall, or is it when you walk off?
It depends. If you go too early, Liam can actually drop down. So it's as soon as one of the two starts standing on the block, there's a certain timer that runs, so you actually have to wait for Liam a little bit and then go after him. This is actually a screen where I don't have to wait for him, I just have to talk to him at the end and then I can leave, and we're done with this. Well, a boss and a little bit of waiting, but we're mostly done.
If you can call it a boss.
Yeah, Muttall is not exactly wow, that useless crit. The hardest boss in the game. So at this point I go into my inventory to skip Liam's dialogue, because dialogue without a text box prevents you from picking stuff up, and you can skip it by going into your inventory, so I go into the inventory to be able to pick up the rock a little bit sooner than I usually would be able to.
It's a rather appropriate boss for the end of the needlessly long escort.
Yeah. And I'm done. And now I just have to wait and skip a few more text boxes here. I really like about that boss that he looks exactly the same as the enemies you had before. I completely forgot about that one. Oops. Nope, too early. I should stop going by audio cues for these. Even if it's technically a little bit faster to do it that way. But you also run the risk of just entering the chest too early and like that. I love how Ark just talks, he's just like Will in terms of talking about himself in the third person all the time. Like they had that box with, do you actually believe SGN would go down that easily? I can assure you though that that was the most boring part of the game, right there. Like at least Dragoon Castle has some action even though it's BS.
Probably been a little bit stir crazy after having to walk that line all over the place. So you gotta narrate your own life to pass the time.
Ark has the power to talk to every soul in the beginning of the game. He loses that power once he resurrects humanity though. So that's why you can't talk to animals or plants later on in the game. So now we get that cool weapon. And we can go and resurrect humanity, which is going to be kind of bad because I'm not level 16, but... So the boss might just take a little while. And we need to do that whole thing so this rhinoceros bridge spawns. So that we can actually get to Iklamata. And right here comes the Run Destroyer. At the top of the vine there's this beautiful crystal, and if he hits you, you fall down the vine, and sometimes he just does not let you climb up there. Nope. Ooh, that was close. Okay, finally made it up there.
Crystal was a really strong gatekeeper this time.
Yeah. Crystal really did not like me today. Oh, that guy didn't die, of course. The Japanese version actually has a way to bug out when destroying that wall I just did. I don't know what triggered it, but I had it once that I ran against the wall. It didn't get destroyed and I didn't slide on those ice pieces anymore until I completely ran out of the room again. Still no idea why that happened, but it's a possibility.
You gotta leave.
Okay, so you're actually supposed to throw the leaf into the hot spring, but using this tree trunk works as well for some reason. To heal the Yeti so he can throw you. Which should be a way more common mode of transportation in my opinion.
Totally.
Yeah, it's up there with getting shot out of a cannon.
Yep.
And riding a dolphin's nose. Okay, it's time for, or almost time for the sad part of the game. Because no quintet game would be complete without a traumatic cutscene.
Or several.
Yeah. SGN isn't one to give up this easily. So I'm going to slow down a bit with the text in this cutscene because it's one of the better ones, I guess.
The return of Turbo the Goat. Oh god, why?
Oh, that picture is so good, Kakusho.
I think I know which. Yeah, I knew which one this was.
So now we ate the dead goats, or the goat's dead husband. And now it's all that just to find out that we reached a wall that the goat can't climb.
It's not quite a large, yummy roast leg of yak, but it's pretty good in a pinch.
And actually, if you go back here later on after you cleared this dungeon and you go back into that hole, you find that the second goat died as well because it couldn't get out of there.
And well, you can tell from the dialogue too that the goat knows exactly what's coming too.
Yeah.
When it tells Ark that it'll find another way out. This game doesn't let you through without the feels in a couple places.
I'm going to kill those two just to hopefully amend my experience. Oh no, you need to die, dude. What the hell? I'm getting juked by a wolf.
Can't those little gremlin things give you some kind of status effect or anything?
They can confuse you, which is the worst status effect in this game.
Okay.
Because
it changes your controls.
Yeah, instead of just like inverting your controls, it changes them randomly, and they change like every 15 seconds.
So it's like getting mushroomed in Earthbound.
It's really annoying. The good thing is it wears off when you leave the screen. And I've had like runs where I had 3 confusion control changes and all of them just changed to the original control scheme. So that can happen as well. Okay, so now we're at the boss fight. In this first form, I don't really do much. I run into 3 crystals to destroy them because that reduces lag, and then I stand here and mash Y.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out that you aren't actually meant to try to fight it in the first place. Because I thought at first you were supposed to pick up the crystals to throw at the Yeti, but
Oh, that must have hurt a lot.
Yep.
So this is like the freest boss fight in this game. At least the first form, the second and third one are actually... Like, at least you have to do something there. Okay, that's the first form. Now we get to the mage. He can troll quite a bit with just not attacking.
Yeah, this is Aghanim, basically.
Yeah, kind of. Because
Minus 7 attack patterns.
I just need to hit his attacks back to him. So if he just moves around like that and doesn't attack, it takes forever. The funny thing is, it doesn't matter from which direction you hit his shots. Like, you can stand behind them and hit them and they will still just fly towards him, like that. I don't like my HP right now, and I hoped I would reach level 16 on this. Ah, it was close. Okay, that's a really good spot, I think. And this is now the pyramid boss of IOG Reloaded. Because whenever I hit him, he goes into this bad cycle where he just flies around for like 10 seconds. Dark Morph! I'm getting really bad damage as well. On level 16 you use 3-cycle this, with a crit you can actually 2-cycle it. And now I'm going to heal. Holy crap. I thought he would actually die, so I didn't pay any more attention, but I got bad damage again.
Does he have resistance? Because I remember this taking a really, really long time with whatever weapon I was using when I got here.
He has a resistance to certain attack types. Because you use that jumping, sliding attack thingy on him, but that makes it really easy to get hit whenever you hit him. And that was really dangerous because, as you've seen, I've survived that fight with 1 HP.
FF5 strats.
But yeah, I would have needed 1 less cycle if I had gotten decent damage, which is time-based, so it's random. Which is why it was actually that close, because I was pretty sure he was going to die on that attack that brought me down to 1 HP. And during the attack that kills him, he can't hit you anymore, so you can just do whatever. Unless it doesn't kill him, and then he almost kills you, and then you take revenge and waste a healing item. Which doesn't matter since I picked one up by accident earlier. And yes, I'm German, Schmugges.
Every Terranigma speedrunner I know is German.
But now we resurrected humanity.
And I guess in this cutscene we do learn that balls are greater than birds.
They're the top
I
of the
didn't really
food chain.
want to resurrect humanity, but I mean, once you've let all those birds out, you gotta have something to take care of that.
Somebody has to deal with them. So yeah, once you reach chapter 3, the game actually has quite a lot of side questing stuff you can do. I'm not going to do most of it. I'm going to do a little bit of stuff just because I can. And this is not a serious speedrun. And if it was, it would be terrible. Like, not getting birds was just... It's whenever they take so long to dive, I tend to just jump at the first chance I get. Which was a really bad decision in this run. But at least the rest of chapter 2 went decent. So I guess that's fine. Like, I had a really good Grey Cliff, Ratri and Parasite weren't bad, so... Chapter 2 was actually decent, except for me not being the right level.
Is to the end of chapter 2 the more popular race category for this game then, or is it actually a full game?
I personally, like, it's the races we do the most often because it's easier for people to fit it in their schedule. Because it takes, like, a decent run takes an hour and a half until until the end of chapter 2. I personally don't really like it as a race goal.
Because that's where most of the grinding is up until the end of chapter 2.
Yeah, it's a lot of grinding and a lot of RNG with birds and parasite. Well, we do use, in a chapter 2 run you use different strats for birds. But there's still a bit of RNG in that fight. So let's go to Luren.
Sounds like a great place.
Where we meet Malin,
Ugh.
which is... well, she delivers the most satisfying moment of the run, so... I guess there's something good about her. So now we talk to Temjin and tell him that he should take all his money to his grave, just so we can rob his grave later on and get money. If you can tell me which house it's in, I could actually do it. I don't remember right now, Lemon. And this is Turbo in this game, and he blocked me. So yeah, Malin's dog in this game is the third incarnation of Turbo the dog. Like, I know there's a really cool Easter egg cutscene in this city, I just can't remember where it is right now. Yeah, Luren is scary and not easy.
Well, because all of the zombies can poison you, right?
Yep, they can.
And if you don't have pins, or I forget if there's actually an item you can use to cure poison, then you're kind of in trouble.
There is an antidote, it doesn't cost much. You can actually buy it before taking off to zoo, like when you start out. You can just, like right next to the birds that let you fly to Africa, there's a few, there's like a shop or a bird merchant where you can buy antidotes. They're really cheap. Ooh, that crit was nice.
So is it finally here that you'd be fully caught up on experience then from not
After
getting
the run, yeah. After I grind here, I'm caught up on experience. It's actually a shame I don't know where the cutscene is right now, it's really cool. So it's time to use my first warp.
And the animation for that is just amazing.
Yeah, I really like the spell effects that the like the 5 big pins have, even though one of them is completely... like, one of them doesn't work and the other one is completely useless. Okay, it's one of the houses. Can anyone look up which one? Or, like, I think I need to crawl below the table? I should have prepared that cutscene. I kind of forgot it existed.
Well, I played this sometime earlier this year, and I either missed the cutscene or forgot about it. I don't really know what you're talking about yet.
It's really hidden. It's like you go into a certain house and you crawl under a table, I think. Wow. Wait. I actually have my magic chest equipped. And then there's like a hidden cutscene. So that's why Luren is dangerous, because just by touching them, every zombie can poison you, and if you get poisoned, it does not wear off unless you use an antidote, which I don't have.
We've got some jerks that can jerk away the poison, though.
Yeah, but not anymore if that should happen again. So if I get poisoned one more time, I'm literally just dead. There's nothing I can do about it. Oops. Okay, so at this point, if you're low on HP, you can consider death warping. You just need the Holy Seal here. That's all you come here for. So you could death warp because dying in Luren makes you restart at the beginning of Luren, so you just don't lose that much time, but I just get carried out by a ghost here. So if you choose to death warp here, it's 2 additional screens, and you get full HP, which is not that bad. Okay, I'm going to look into the houses on the northern side. Maybe I can find the cutscene. If it's not on the northern side, I'm not going to bother. And this room is the reason we need the seal, because the seal prevents ghosts from carrying you away. And there's no other way to deal with these ghosts in this room. It's actually possible to softlock in that room as well. But you basically have to do it on purpose. It happens if you enter the chest at the exact moment one of the ghosts tries to carry you out. That for some reason just crashes the game. Okay, let's see, is it? It's not. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that's a cutscene in the game most people don't know about. What's actually in here? Oh, there's also money in here, which I'm just gonna take because I'm greedy.
So much for my break, nice. Yeah, I missed that when I played.
It's really hard to find.
I would remember that if I'd have gotten that cutscene.
I think it's a really cool cutscene though. And it's grinding time again.
A little more dangerous than previous grinding though, just because you're grinding on enemies that can poison you.
Yeah, and I'm on really low HP as well, but that's not too bad. So usually I would get level 17 on the very beginning of Lurim with the current XP route, and I need to grind to level 19 here. But because I didn't get the bird strat, my level is all messed up. I think I'm going to get a Shoryuken kill here though. Yes, I did.
Something about killing zombies without Phoenix Down just seems wrong.
No, I don't have an antidote, and there's no way for me to get one right now. I used the bird spell for the one poison that occurred, and now if I get poisoned again, I'm just dead. That's how this works.
I like how he was so happy about that level up that he just punched the zombie out.
Well, the zombie moved up a little bit, like he had it coming. So, once I reach level 18, I'm actually going to do a faster and riskier grinding strat. But that requires me to always one-shot the very left zombie, which is not guaranteed right now for me. The good thing is, I already have way more money than I need at this point. Why did I do that? That was actually the riskier strat right now. So I'm so used to doing it. But yeah, since I'm not guaranteed any one-shots in here, it's really bad on level 17. Good thing is my low HP won't matter. I'm really sorry that you have to hear the low HP sound now for a while, because it's quite annoying.
Along with the music constantly restarting too.
Yeah. It's wow, that was stupid. It's really weird that music does not restart on screen transitions like in the tower sense. Well, okay, I guess it's two different background musics here, so... Never mind. Get wrecked, everybody.
Either that or there's bombs in Lurin about to go off.
You know, you add in the strongest alarm from 7th Saga and it would instantly get so much better.
Yeah, just need to find a way to work in the vacuum too sound effect.
We could just add in the battle theme from Robotrack and make this game instantly unplayable. Like, I really like that game, but that battle theme.
Yeah, the soundtrack is not one of the game's strong points. I do need to play it though, because I got a cart earlier this year, but I have not played it yet.
There's a lot of things that are really cool about it, like being able to completely change the stat build of your robots anytime you want to.
It has really good mechanics, in my opinion. It's just on the soundtrack side, it's... meh.
I also like how you get like 0.01 megs of data or something instead of experience. I mean, it's about as dated as you can get for computer lingo.
Yeah, that's why optimizing level strats in this game is really important. As you've just seen from these two levels, the increase in damage I've got is pretty insane. Like, as I said, after reaching a certain strength value, your damage increases exponentially.
Yeah, it helps that he's using a holy elemental weapon too, and the zombies are all weak to holy.
And after this, the grinding will also get a lot less for a long time. So, like, there will actually be gameplay and stuff. We are also in the part of the game that doesn't really have cutscenes anymore. Okay, I need to do this room 8 more times and I can move on with my life. And can let the zombies go back to enjoying their break.
Yeah, the one kind of unfortunate thing about this run is that while there's not a huge amount of grinding, it all takes place in a relatively short period of time in a few different spots, so it seems like it's a lot more grinding than it actually is.
Yeah, that's right. It's really cluttered like into the first 1.5 hours of the run. Paired with a lot of cutscenes, which makes this game seem like grinding, cutscene, grinding, cutscene, grinding. And that was actually too much. I was already done, but more experience never hurts. At least in this game it doesn't. So usually you should have like around 1000 gems when you're done with that grind. I obviously have way more than that, which is wonderful.
Have you just been getting lucky with not getting poisoned whenever you got hit by the zombies then?
Yep.
Or does your level affect the poison rate or anything?
It does in a way, because the poison rate is affected by your luck stat. It's also, it might not seem like that in my runs, but the chance to actually get poisoned is really low. I'm just really good at getting poisoned.
It's marketable skill.
It's also, like, I don't think the grinding in this game is as bad as in some others because it's an action RPG and you're doing something for the whole grind. You're not going
well, and you
left.
don't have loading screens to get into battles, get in and out of battles to grind too.
It's not like you spend like 30 minutes in a place going left and right and spamming the same 2 spells in every random encounter you get.
Mm-hmm.
Which can get kind of tedious in other games. Okay, at this point I need to wait for Turbo to move into a certain spot, so I just grind during the time for money and experience.
Those little spore spawn things, there's leg central, see.
Yeah, and I'm done with Lurin. This is not a 7-hour speedrun. The whole stream with 3 games has been going for 7 hours and something now. Terranigma takes about 4 hours and it took me about a week to learn the route. I actually really like this one.
Oh, are you from Chile, Kojiro?
The Chonchon does actually steal Spotlight because he lags like hell. So when Meilin runs away here, she says like this blah to you or something, which is apparently supposed to be an insult. Or I guess she's like doing that tongue thing, however you call it in English. But in every other version of the game she just calls her dog. Because he's still standing by her side, like she just calls out for Turbo. But in English she has to do something really weird.
I mean, would you say probably the most challenging thing to learn about this game from execution is how to deal with lag, as far as timing your slide dashes and stuff?
Yeah, the most important part to learn is definitely like learning how long your invincibility frames last and chaining that attack, like just chaining it to be invincible. You can learn that or practice that really well in the Bloody Mary fight.
Because you pretty much have to do that just to beat her at all, even in casual play.
Yeah, and that fight has no lag, so it's really good to just get used to the strat. Like what we used to say to new people, learning the game when they had troubles in boss fights was just like do Bloody Mary until you can do that fight 5 times in a row without getting hit, and then you should be fine for the whole game. And after that it's just getting used to the different amounts of lags some bosses present you with. Okay, I only need 1 flower in this category. And it's time for wonderful nomad music that we never get to hear. I actually really like the town theme of Loa. It's also my favorite city in the game. It's a shame you don't do much here in this run. So now we try to become the princess groom. But first it's nap time. Yes, this is the game with the skateboard kid. Wait, this should be the wonderful name now? Oops, let's see. So this blue character is called Royd. And now he's called Jerk. For like 2 text boxes.
Well, for 2 text boxes, he thought he was a bird.
Well, with that outfit. Okay, so this princess that looks awfully familiar, like our underworld girlfriend, is mute, and the king offers her as a bride for anyone who can make her speak again.
Yeah, although he does have ulterior motives for wanting her to be able to speak.
Everyone in this game does.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really weird because his name is actually supposed to be Lloyd in the Japanese version. I don't know what went wrong there.
Yeah, it sounds like English, because there's because the letter L doesn't actually exist in Japanese. It's the R is used for both consonant sounds.
So now I buy magic. And get a sleeping potion from this wonderful man.
He looks very trustworthy.
Always trust a man in a top hat.
I like read the instructions, and then it comes with instructions.
So now we take the sleeping potion and poison everyone's food.
Which town has the soccer guy?
It's Lyoto. Whoops. So basically Rio de Janeiro. So we put everyone to sleep in this castle now. Except for the princess, because apparently princesses don't eat. Well, you have to fit in all those fancy dresses.
She only gets nutrition by IV.
It's really weird, like when first playing this, a lot of people don't realize that they think this area is still blocked off and don't realize that you can just shove the guard away. So I need to go in here to get a bell that lets me get through a forest.
So a magic bell?
Basically, yeah, without all of the hassle. Because I just stole it instead of earning it.
Yep. Soul Blazer is just too darn honest.
If they didn't want it stolen, they shouldn't have just left it in the locked chest at the top of the tower.
With
They were just
Exactly.
asking for it then.
And now we visit said forest.
Now we're going to Sweden. Which has a sinister secret. in
Okay,
this
so
world.
actually the bell is like supposed to ring whenever you go the right way in this forest. You don't need to equip it for a few screens though. There's 2 screen transitions where you need to have the bell equipped, otherwise the game will... Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, otherwise the game will just give you the wrong screen transition. Oh game, I love you so much. So I just got poisoned by wolves. Which, let's just put it that way, before that happened to me the first time, nobody knew you could actually get poisoned in this forest. The good thing is I was able to run out, and whenever you reach a screen where you basically don't have an HP bar, or you don't see your whole stat window up there, poison wears off. So, because it was the second screen of the forest, I was just able to run back out and survive. Here I actually need to equip the bell now.
Yeah, that's too bad that it's not like a lot of other stuff where if you know the correct way to get through the forest, you can skip actually getting the bell.
Yeah, because actually getting the bell takes a while. Why am I picking up money here? Okay. I'm on pretty low HP now, but it shouldn't really matter unless I'm really bad, which I am. Get all the bad damage again. So you can actually one-shot those ghosts, which is why I even bother attacking them, but waiting for them to become hittable again is...
Nice little cameo by Parasite Centipedes there.
Oh, that's actually still kind of early level 20. Level 20 is what I want for the next dungeon. Because it speeds up some, not the boss fight, but some other force fight in the dungeons are way faster on level 20. So now I had to pick up the dog whistle, which is like the hardest to find item in this forest, because it's really easy to overlook that exit where you have to, where you go to find it. Okay, and now we met up with Mei Lin again, which makes this sometimes look really funny. Because if you take corners and stuff fast enough, she doesn't actually get a walking animation, she just slides behind you. Oops, I got stuck there. Okay, let's see if we can get the frame perfect chest. Nope. Okay, whenever there is a screen like this where a cutscene immediately starts upon entering the screen, you can actually enter your inventory on the very first frame. It doesn't do anything because it doesn't save time. I can just go into the inventory after the scene. It just makes the scene look kind of messed up a bit. Because you're in your chest and then it moves the chest a bit because Ark is supposed to move.
Tricks that don't actually save time are always the best.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you lose a bunch of time for failing, too.
Especially if they are frame perfect. Okay, and now we got a portrait. I could show off a cutscene, but I'm not going to since it can crash the game and I haven't saved. There's actually, like, this is, looks exactly like your underworld village, Krista, where you grew up. And if you go to the girlfriend's house, like the Weaver's house, it plays a little cutscene, but that can crash the PAL version of the game. And I'm not going to risk that now. At least you just automatically teleport out of here. Yep, hard to find item, one-time use only, absolutely required for the run.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love those. Okay, and now we'll use Mei Lin to create a dream for the princess in order to get her to talk again. Which is like the worst decision you'd make in this game. Because as soon as that princess starts talking again, she does not shut up. She has some of the longest dialogue in the whole game. So now we find out that these are Elle's parents. And the king had the whole village killed. Because I hear he likes to keep birds.
So now we're using the dream rod on Elle.
Exactly. Oh wait, I think this version should have the hilarious dialogue in China. I'm not entirely sure. But I think it's the English version where for no reason at all every Asian person in this game speaks horrible English.
Yeah, if you go to Neo Tokyo early, the people all talk really broken English.
Okay, and because we made her talk, but we made her also remember stuff she wasn't supposed to remember according to the king, we were kicked out instead of marrying her and being all cool about it. And like, if you talk with people in Loire and stuff, they are being really heavily taxed by the king and stuff. And there was also a toll gate that was closed down because of the king. And now we find out that the king died. So all is good now. I could technically like go to Loire and vote a mayor there and evolve all kinds of stuff, but I don't need to. And now it's time for Sylvain Castle, which most casual players regard as the hardest part of the game because of the boss fight. So everyone who has really bad memories of Bloody Mary, prepare to see her get wrecked. Unless I'm bad. In which case I will get wrecked, but I think I'll manage. So time to pick up the third strength potion. There's 4 strength potions in this game in total, and getting all of them saves about 90 seconds.
Somehow manage the worst Bloody Mary pattern of all time. That would be amazing, considering some of the terrible ones that have occurred.
Yeah, I think my practice run had like the really awkward one. Where she just turned invincible like 6 times in a row to start off the fight. Wow, I took quite a lot of hits there. Yeah, Sylvain Castle can be quite a labyrinth, because you actually like don't have to visit more than half of the dungeon, ever. Or not more than half, but there's quite a few rooms that you never actually need to visit. So this is one of the fights. If you're level 19, you deal like 6 damage or something with each hit on this knight. So for these 2 knight fights, being level 20 is really good.
What, no multiple frame perfect chandelier skip?
No, I'm gonna pass on that one. So like there's technically a way to skip dropping the chandeliers with like frame and pixel perfect corner jumping and crazy stuff like that. But I'm just going to do it the old school way and enter the code and just go here. Wait, let me look at the code actually. Okay, 286. I don't actually remember the code most of the time. I just know how often I need to turn each thing.
Yeah. The way you're meant to find out the code here is from the library in a different part of the castle.
Yeah, there's
I think
it's the year that Columbus took the children of the queen on his journey or something. Wow, I need to kill him because he's blocking the chest. This is so bad. And he still hit me. Usually he just gets hit to the side or something, because you absolutely need that key. Actually having to kill him wastes so much time.
I blame Everhate for that.
Okay, now we start with the part this dungeon is actually about, because I need to find 4 gems.
So if you get a bad knockback like that, is it faster to kill him or exit and re-enter the room and hope for a better knockback?
I could have actually re-entered the room, but I don't know, it's weird because he starts in a very weird spot. Usually you bypass that by opening the chest with the weapon first, and then he's moving in. Usually he moves into a better spot while you do the whole chest pickup. I think I could have just re-entered, stood around for like a little while and then hit him out of the way. But since he gives decent experience, I figured might as well do it.
Yeah, you've already got a two-handed thrust weapon. If only you could figure out a way to shapeshift into a wolf, you could go anywhere.
Even through walls. Or into walls. Okay, and now Yomi starts to show his dark side. And it also credits Ark as the inventor of parkour.
So, dark side of Yomi would be like red instead of pink.
This is like kind of a glitch. You never actually need to climb down the vine. To get the jewel, you can just drop down and you collect it mid-fall, which then allows you to attack during the item pickup scene. It does nothing, but you save the time for climbing down, so that's a little bit faster. Oh, very nice crit. How do you not die from that? There we go. Oh wait, this is... Yeah, put a hand in it. Hey, what's an arm or two? It's like some of these lines are just so good. So at that point I just teleport out.
Bye-bye.
And now there's only one gem missing, but we did most of the work for that already. I need that healing item because with my HP right now Bloody Mary could actually one-shot me. It's a shame I lost so much HP during the dungeon. I actually have to kind of try hard Bloody Mary now. Now it's time to give people their eyes back first, and I swear to God the left one is Bill Cosby. And you just can never unsee it.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm guessing these are game designers.
I don't really know. None of them looked really Japanese though, so...
Oh yeah.
Left one kind of looks like the kid from Welcome Back Kotter.
I think as soon as the third one gets
Boom,
that
boom,
red eye,
Washington
you
or
get that
something.
Terminator vibe from the painting.
Yeah. Bill Cosby has a blue Terminator eye.
I don't know, second one.
Either that or he looks like either that or he could be Cats from Zero Wing.
Second one is like really hard. So yeah, now we do this, which just does not work in the English version. Because they really screwed up the text. You have to wait for the witches to stop, and then you must attack the one that's behind you the moment they stopped. In the Japanese version, the text is actually timed to always stop when the witches do. That didn't really work out in this version though. And now I actually have to cancel the dialogue because otherwise I can't talk to Columbus until the dialogue is done. Now we enter this Simon Says game and I go into the chest immediately to cancel the first cycle. Because this allows me to one cycle this and it's, I think, 2.5 seconds faster than not doing. It's always the one that's behind you when they stop, because I'm always facing down, it's always the top one for me. Okay, let's go for the M-Bulb, I didn't even know I had that. And let's try to wreck Bloody Mary. So the problem are these jewels that deal an insane amount of damage whenever you touch them. So good thing we collected those earlier. The perfect pattern for this boss fight would be for Bloody Mary to throw a mask 3 times in a row and then she dies. She rarely cooperates though.
She's not doing this, she's being a traditional quintet teleporting mage.
This one is actually okay right now, where she just disappears. She has another cycle where she just teleports around the room forever. And you can get, like, you run after her, you get 1 or 2 hits and she teleports all the way across the room again, and she can do that, like, basically for however long she chooses to. Okay, my damage was a little bit bad, but she's giving me a 4th mask cycle, so that was Bloody Mary. Get wrecked.
Yeah, it's about as good a pattern as you're gonna get, realistically speaking.
It was a really good pattern. Like, that was pretty damn legit. And then you teleport out, and because you never actually
nice
had
fight.
to talk to Columbus. Like, I'm pretty sure
I think part
that
of the challenge too is actually using the right weapon too, because you want to use the Holy Spear from Lurin.
yeah, you use the Light Rod from Lurin because that allows you to deal 2 to 4 damage. Otherwise you do 1 or 2 damage with every other weapon on the level I'm currently at. It was not the optimal pattern, it was really good, but she disappeared twice for like 10 seconds and she can just consecutively throw her mask. That would be the perfect fight. I've actually had a fight with enough crits to 2-cycle her during the mask throws. Like right when she wanted to teleport away in the 3rd cycle she died, but that's ridiculously rare. Yes, I'm doing low damage, because you're supposed to be like level 25 or 26 when you fight her. The funny thing is, I fought her on level 12 before. It does not make a difference in damage compared to level 20. And now it's time to sail to freedom! And for the most bullshit fight of the game, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, if you time those attacks like that back and forth dashing right, you're completely invincible. If you do that wrong, you get hit by her gem, and because I am not wearing any armor, she can deal like 96 damage when I touch a gem. Which means she would 2-shot me. That's also why I healed before the fight, so that I could at least take a single hit from her. And yes, this is our world. Okay, so this fight is so random. These wonderful ghosts spawn, and I need to hit the real ghost 3 times. And the problem is when I fight these, when they do the spinning cycle, they are completely invincible. Like when the game decides the next cycle is going to be the spin, you can't hit them. Okay, that's the first hit. And I've lost like
Yes, boss
2
fight can
minutes
be
to this fight.
way too good sometimes. It's like, oh, we're invulnerable forever, and now we're running away, and now we're invulnerable again.
Yep, that's how it usually goes. Like everything below 5 spins is a pretty decent fight. This is also the scene in the game where you go to sleep like 3 times in the span of 5 minutes or something. This was a really good fight. It's not exactly a ghost ship, it's being attacked by ghosts while on a ship. That's kind of different. Because now we just keep on sailing and we don't find a skeleton in the back room or something and the ship isn't gold anymore. And now we arrive in North America, in the wonderful town called Freedom. But yeah, a 2-cycle ghost fight is really good. Or 2 spinning cycles, I should say. Okay, so now we get a letter with Arc is a really slow reader. It has like letters in this game have the slowest text speed of all time. So
Arc has the best waking up animations of all time, though.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you what's in there. In that letter, the princess is gone and she tells you that she is actually the one who killed the king after she found out that he ordered her whole village to be slaughtered. And now it's time for Peru, or Peril in the English version. So now you would actually have to wait for him to go all the way home. You can also just enter this house right here, and that teleports him right to his home. Because nobody has time to wait for him. And now we find out that one of these little children is missing. We're not actually going to look for her, even though we could, but we don't really want to. And it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for.
We'll probably stop by and sold the kid into slavery so he can get a fancy jewel.
Oh, there is an NPC called Will in this game.
Oh, come on. Really? So now I'm just here, and I have to grind logs.
With an ice pick.
Yeah, we get the weapon in Bloody Mary's castle, but it's not actually worth equipping it there because you would have to unequip it and take a different weapon for the boss. Unfortunately, we don't have the bot, so I guess I'll have to try. Let's see, how does it go? What rolls downstairs, alone or in pairs, and over your neighbor's dog. What's good for a snack and fits in your bag? It's log, log, log. It's log, log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log,
It's log, it's log,
it's better than bad, it's good. Everyone wants a log.
Wants a log.
You're gonna love it, log.
Log!
Hey, Blammo.
It's too bad you don't have the big dramatic item get sound every time you get a log, though.
Yeah.
But can you not also build bridges out of stone?
Which he actually does if you look closely at the bridge after he's done. It's like a yellow brick bridge, not a yellow brick road though, because that would be copyright infringement. Okay, now we just talk to him. It's so great. Sure, you can have it. I'm a nice guy. This is also really weird because you basically have to talk to him 9 times instead of just giving him all of the logs. And we find out that Ark has truly the ideal log. Take that for what it is.
Because I'm sure, yeah, this is probably meant to be so that you go and get a log and then come back here and then find out that you need 8 more.
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be that way.
Because repetition is the cornerstone of great gameplay.
Okay, time to go to Lyoto, which has really amazing background music. Oh wait, I'll do the NPC later on. Yeah, it is the fastest bridge builder known to man. And it's not like any river, it's the Colorado River. It's like not a small thing he bridges over. So now Malin confesses her love to me. Which is all nice, but she's like 9 years old. So a little fun fact about this inn, this is actually the only inn in the whole game where you enter the left room in order to sleep and not the room on the right side. For whatever reason. And yeah, with the statue, this is clearly supposed to be Rio de Janeiro, and the carnival and everything.
Can we talk to a certain important NPC now, or is that available later?
Oh, I'll do that after I do the whole Malin cutscene stuff. I just wanted to get all of this talking out of the way. So now she realizes that Ark has feelings for someone else, so yeah, bye-bye. Let's see, is it this house or the one to the right? Yeah, it's not this one. Oh, was there a monkey at the table? It's also not this one. Wow, which house was it? Oh, it should be the one down here then, I guess. Yeah. So now we can talk to Little whatever he's called, and he has like the most wonderful puns. I like sucker. I like lollipops. Yo, big guy. That's sucker. You like sucker, right? I like sucker. One born every minute. Yo, big guy. That's sucker too. I like soccer. I don't hit women. Yo, big guy. I didn't say soccer. Those puns are just... That dude is unbelievable. So now we take a little detour in order to get one of the 5 star stones you need later on in the game. This is the only one you can actually collect early. So I'm getting it now while I'm here in Greenland.
Yeah. This one I could not, for the life of me, find without a guide. It's just, I don't know how the game expects you to find this one.
I don't even remember how you're supposed to actually find this one. Like, the girl who sells the flowers tells you that you can make a penguin happy with it. So that's, I think that's as much info as you get on that. So there's a chest with almost 1,000 gems in there, so I can't really pass that up. And now I take the flower and go to Penguinea to trade it against the Starstone. Unfortunately, I can't talk to penguins anymore at this point. But this is a whole city filled with penguins.
Yeah, I mean, it felt to me like you were, like, when I finally figured out to go here, that I missed a chance to go here in Chapter 2, even though you actually can't, because
yeah, the
there's
bridge
this whole
to,
village of NPCs that you can't actually talk to.
Yeah, and also the bridge to, like the bridge to Brazil, I guess, from the rest of South America does not exist until you resurrect humanity. So there's no way to get to that stopover where you take the bird to Greenland. But this is like, finding this is really awkward. It's where a lot of people struggle when they don't have the original game guide or anything. And now it's time for one of the most annoying but shortest boss fights I've done right. I rarely do it right though.
So you can get a 1 cycle if you line it up right?
I can get him while he goes through the arena once, yeah. The best I can get here is 3 hits on the on the boss and kill him with that, or a crit of course. But it's a damage range, it can take 4 hits to kill him. I think you can, if you execute my strat for this fight perfectly, you can get it done in 10 to 12 seconds. That fight can easily take like a minute and a half without you actually being bad though, because that boss is just... I understand how to manipulate his movement. I have never figured out why he runs away from you sometimes. Like, sometimes he runs away from you the moment he sees you, and sometimes you can whiff an attack right next to him and he just does not care.
Well, it's like, it's FF6 fish trolling, basically. Ooh, we're gonna get a fish punch. Yeah, fish punch!
The dungeon
Slightly
design
different version of Fish Punch, but close enough.
is really cool. I also like that they kind of try to imitate and update the bubble armor of Soul Blazer because you're clearly underwater.
These fish do kind of look like the fish punch guy from ActRaiser 2.
Oh damn. Okay, now I have a problem. I was standing in the wrong spot. Usually I manipulate him in a way that he runs around the corners of the arena or along the sides of this square arena. But because I did that wrong, he actually moved out, so now I have to get to some place where I can actually get him to move back in again. And he does not want to. I actually only need one more hit on him, unless I get really, really poor damage now. And I got really poor damage. Nice. Oh, really? I tried to be cool. Nope. The fish moved. That was really close. Like, sometimes he just runs away as soon as you try to move in any direction. Which is really annoying. Sometimes you can walk right next to him and he doesn't run away. So I understand how to manipulate his movement, I don't understand what triggers his running away. Which still makes this fight pretty inconsistent.
Getting big tossed by a fish is too good, though.
You can, I actually tried to do something with that. If you're on the same line, basically, as the boss, and the fish punches you through the boss doesn't move anymore for one hit. Like, you can just walk right next to him and hit him however you want, he won't run away. But he was a little bit above me, so I just went under him and he ran. So now we got a ring from the Mermaid Queen. You can actually get the mermaid spell when you don't teleport out, but I don't need that, so I teleport out to skip the cutscene where you get it. The mermaid spell makes you invincible for a short period of time. It does, however, wear off when you fall into water or fall down, one of those climbing things. Which is like the legitest thing ever for the mermaid spell to wear off the moment you touch water.
Yeah, mermaids in this world are considerably darker than in, like, Disney movies and stuff, though, because mermaids in this world are all women that died at sea.
Yeah, so I almost forgot to do Enbu Pike strats, which would have been a shame. So I'm going to... Wait, I don't actually need to do this. Doesn't matter, I'm going to. The reason this route is not depending on any money drops is that you can easily go to North Africa here and collect like 1,700 gems. Oops, I'll have way too much money now, but that just means I can take all the backup stuff. The boat thing is actually, he says that when you, when he asks for volunteers to stop the monsters in Mermaid Tower, he says that whoever gets rid of them will get a boat as a reward. Otherwise, we wouldn't even bother helping him. Okay, now I need to find this island. It's not on the map. I like that Polynesia is on the map no matter if you actually bring it up or not. But Mu isn't. So this is Mu. In that chest up there, there's a defense potion that I'm not going to bother with. And this is the reason we're here. I just got the Enbu Pike. Now I can teleport out. Yes, and there's also Cape Town on this map, which looks exactly like on the world map of IOG with these 3 trees and stuff, but there's no way to actually go there. And here's Polynesia, or Polynese, I guess. Is it her? Yeah, we're going to catch a nap.
You already got a fancy cape in like the first 20 minutes of the game. You don't really need to go to Cape Town now.
Okay, so now that we increased our macho appeal by 10, we're ready to go on. I can actually pick up the boots right now while I'm here. I think I should do that, yeah. Why did I go? I don't care. Usually you also pick up this chest. I really don't need it right now, but this is another chest with 1,400 gems in it. No, it's just really cool to increase your macho appeal. It really doesn't do anything.
Macho appeal does accumulate with the boots, though.
Yeah. This is any % with altered strats to do some fun stuff for this relay. It's any % with having fun strats, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I can equip the Endu Pike, which is really nice. It's really strong, it also lowers your defense a bit, but I don't really care about that, because you don't really want to get hit in a speedrun where you're underleveled all the time anyways. I can't actually equip the boots now. Oops, I still need the ring. Usually this, the Enbu Pike and stuff is slower than the normal any % strats, so I'm not that used to this route. But this way I could show up like the macho appeal and stuff like that.
Yeah, we could even, I mean, it would take more time. We could also go visit the Quintet offices in Tokyo.
I could do that if you're up for it.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, sure, we could do that. Without the quiz this time, yes. I'll do that right before I go to China.
I missed my chance to go to the Quintet office, so I had to watch it on YouTube.
It has more annoying, an even more annoying fight than the ship ghost, though. Okay, so this guy is waiting for his fiancée, and she turned into the Mermaid Queen, so we give him the ring and he disappears because he's been dead all along. So M. Night Shyamalan borrowed heavily from Terranigma.
So now we're going into some kind of cave under the city of Chicago. That's what Mirror Lake is.
Yeah, it's the Great Lake Cavern. So now, when you're in the air above those diving spots, it looks really ridiculous sometimes. Because you just get sucked in. Let's see if I can actually do this. Yes, I can, okay. I'm so not used to having the running shoes in Great Lake. Usually you get them after this dungeon.
Anything like that where you like hit bubbles to go underwater is just like the worst part of Star Tropics. The second worst part of Star Tropics is that bit in the whale was pretty bad.
So we get the magic anchor here, so we're not affected by water currents anymore. Which allows us to go through a room later on. Oh, I can actually do this. Usually you can damage boost to do this, but you lose an insane amount of health. But now that I have the running shoes, I can just run through it. Yes, got the flower kill while falling down. When you fall into a hole and something touches the area where your sprite was right before falling, it takes damage. I have no idea why. Okay, let's see if I can actually do this. Nope. How do I do the first attack? Okay, I'm going to use the old strat. I haven't actually tried the new one yet. Yeah, this is not working out. So let's just do this.
Next to last grinding segment here.
Yeah, and it's a pretty short one. Usually, so the difference in weapons is if I'm level 21 without the Embu Pike, I deal 20 damage here. And now I do like 150.
You can still kill these guys in one hit, even if you're only doing 20 damage.
Yeah, but it just shows what a difference the Embu Pike makes. The Embu Pike would be worth it because it's the best weapon in the game until you get the ultimate weapon. The problem is because you can only get it once you have a boat, there's not many dungeons left until you get the ultimate weapon, so it doesn't pay for itself. Like, you can't gain the time back, even though the boss fights are way faster. The problem is both boss fights you use this weapon on are pretty damn short already. I actually wouldn't have to grind to level 23 here because you can, with Embu Pike you can actually do Megatron on level 21. Or 22 because you level up on the Great Lake boss.
And in doing that wouldn't let you grind, I guess grind on the sewers stuff more efficiently?
Yeah, but
to
he
get
would
to the level you need for Dark Eye. Oh, okay. Oops, that would not be good.
Like on level 24 or 23, whichever I will be there when I get to him, you can at least take a hit and survive. On like level 22, that's just not an option anymore. You also deal very little. You deal very little damage. You need like 12 to 13 hits for each leg then. I don't know if you ever actually watched an Embu Pike run. I'm just... If I don't make a stupid mistake, I'm just going to wreck Megatron. Okay, and we're done with grinding already. So this is the room that we needed the magic anchor for. It's one of the very few items in the game that actually has an effect. I think it might be the only one that has an effect without you actually equipping it from your inventory. So if you don't use the Embu Pike, you would actually go into your inventory here and equip Neo's Fang, the weapon you got from the Lion King. Because the boss has an elemental weakness to it and it's the strongest weapon you can use at this point.
This boss has also claimed a handful of runs in his time.
Yeah, there's actually some really weird stuff that can happen. Wow. Embu Pike is so OP. Holy... I've never seen that before.
That's never happened before.
In a good way, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's better than soft-locking the game in this fight.
Oh yeah, Toad, you're right. Swimming leaves and the airweed thing are the other two items that you don't need to equip. So yeah, I knew that you could like 2 or 3 cycle the starfish with the Embu Pike, but that 440 damage crit to one-shot one of them, that was new. So
yeah, if you're actually really low on health and you actually get killed by this boss before it finishes loading fully, then it soft locks the game, or you go into this weird zombie status.
Yeah, so the thing is, if you die while entering a cutscene trigger, you survive with 0 HP, but you can't touch enemies anymore. That status lasts until you leave the screen, then you have 1 HP again. The first 2 flames that boss shoots are considered part of a cutscene. So if he reduces you to 0 HP with that, you survive, but you can't fight the boss anymore. You can't hurt him, he can't hurt you. You can't use magic in that fight, and there's no way to leave the room. So that status does never wear off, there's just nothing you can do. It's just instantly game over. Okay, New Tokyo. Let's go for the quintet building. So you talk to this trash can here. And then you get another of these wonderful ghost fights, just that your mom is talking over it. And it's the same logic again, when he is in these spinning cycle things, he's completely invulnerable. And you also need more hits than in the ship fight. It's 5 or 6, I'm not sure. So you need to do this fight in the Japanese category where you get all 97 Magirock, because there's a Magirock exclusive to the Japanese version that you get in the Quintet developer building.
But they were just lazy and didn't want to translate the whole quiz into English and other languages.
Yeah, I don't know, it's just... But they weren't as... like, they still took the Magirock out of the game at least.
Yeah, there's other RPGs where they remove...
the hero.
There's other RPGs where they've removed stuff in translation, but not actually removed it, like enemies that aren't in the game anymore, but are still in the bestiary or what have you, to make it actually impossible to get 100%.
Yeah, so yeah, there's some stuff here where you can talk to the Quintet developers. The beautiful resurrection scenes were made here. Okay, now I need who I need to smack. Now I know who I need to smack. Why does that dude have a single room? It's like the worst guy in the game. So yeah, one of the deaths is a penguin. But he's almost human.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, there's something kind of similar to this in
2-day
RoboTrack.
weekends? I wonder what I do with 2 whole holidays in a row.
It's got like advertising for Illusion of Gaia and stuff like that. It's pretty good.
The title is Illusion of Gaia 2. Pretty cool, huh? That's the game starring me. Send your comments about this game to Enix.
So the game was partially programmed by chickens, I see.
What? I need money. Aroo! Arf arf! Mom send rice. Okay.
Those chickens obviously designed the big escort section.
This part was programmed by frogs.
Like the game Illusion of Gaia 2, Quintet has grown larger. It was worthwhile not shaving a while. Okay. So yeah, this is the Enix developer building. In this version it's completely useless, except for some funny dialogue. In the Japanese version there's a quiz you have to do in order to get a Magirock. Yeah, so if you actually read some of the dialogue here, most people here do not speak the best English. She is suffer, she have fever and bad dream. So yeah, I'm going to leave some of these text boxes a little longer so people can appreciate the hidden racism, I guess. And let's eat some soup while we're at it. I don't know if I actually, lost some HP. Soup heals you back to full.
Yeah, they're making the Chinese people sound like the cave people from Chrono Trigger.
Okay, we are very close to one of the worst parts of the game in terms of speedruns and casual play. Because I don't think I know anyone who enjoyed Dragoon Castle.
Yeah, it's a dungeon that doesn't have any fighting, just a lot of weird mini games and puzzles.
And the minigames are pure BS. Like Dragoon Castle is where speedruns go to die.
Yeah, isn't that where you lost a run that had like the best Bloody Mary split you've ever had in your life? Or...
Yeah, I lost a run in Dragoon Castle where I was more than 2 minutes ahead of my PB after Bloody Mary. I lost like half a minute on Ghosts and then a minute and a half on Dragoon Castle.
Oh, isn't this cutscene here kind of nasty? Because if you pick the first option afterwards, you have to watch the whole flashback again.
Yeah, it's possible that you have to watch this cutscene an infinite amount of time if you just smash through it, because there's a text choice in it that you have to get right. Otherwise, the cutscene ends and you have to watch it all over again.
It's a really elaborate but thou must. And Dale's father has the rockin' mustache and kind of looks like Luca's dad.
Tabin, yeah.
So Fido has a huge guilt trip because she was the one who was actually ordered to kill Al's parents back in the day. So she's sick because of her guilty conscience, and now we tell her it's not her fault and everything will be fine and blah blah. Wait, did I?
Sounds the same to me through the call.
That's really weird then. Is it, like, am I still quieter than the others? I could turn up my microphone a little bit. Okay, so what's bad about this is, yeah, Skype is always good to blame. That's so weird I didn't change a thing. But yeah, the way those guards look is completely random. There's no pattern to it, and there's no timing to it when they switch where they look. They can basically, on every single frame, they could just decide that I just glitched through the light. Okay. I need to look at that video. And if one guard catches you, you have to start the whole thing over again. Can anyone tell me what the hell happened there?
Oh, wow, nice.
Like, that dude should have 100% seen me.
I mean, it doesn't matter what direction you're facing, right?
Yeah, it
if you're not
actually
looking,
doesn't. Like, he can also get you while you're in the air and stuff. Sometimes they get you, like, right on the door trigger. But I have no idea what just happened there. I know that the Taz glitches through guards in a certain way, but...
Yeah, maybe there's just weird little holes in their hitbox.
The problem is that usually they can also catch you while turning because the light doesn't disappear.
They need to get big exclamation points over their heads when they catch you, too.
Yeah, and you need to leave footprints in the snow.
Hey, what was that noise?
So yeah, now because we are not in love with our Malin, she kind of locked us in and left us there to die.
GG, Malin.
Because she's kind of evil sometimes. Yeah, right, Nitrodon. I could just go into my chest to hide from guards. Or get transported on the back of a truck. Just lock them in the basement. Serves them right. But good thing Fida finally recovered, and she has a chain with her for some reason that she throws us. No, this is not the end of... It's close to the end of the game, but not quite there yet. So at this point I get caught on purpose because it's faster than walking all the way back. And this guard right here is the worst, because depending on how he spawns it can be completely impossible to actually get past him. But that was really good. Like, I think I only got caught once in the castle, which is really good. Wait. So this is where I would usually go in any percent. Whoops. To pick up a weapon, but I just remembered that I have the ammo pike that is better than the weapon that I was going to pick up.
Oops.
So we get a little bit earlier to the most satisfying scene in the whole game. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to prepare for the bitch slap of justice.
It's even better than the Tifa Scarlet slap fight in Final Fantasy VII.
Just because of how much I hate Malin at this point, though. The slap fight is amazing. No, unfortunately there's no bonus dungeon in Terranigma.
They really should have figured out a way to work in solid harm into Terranigma, though.
Yeah, just as a reward for all Magirock.
Or maybe if you took maybe one of the Quintet developers, if you talk to him, suddenly turns into Solid Arm and attacks you.
It would be nice, like, to have him instead of the ghost fight. To actually unlock the building, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Falcon hit.
Well, the problem is the bonus you get for doing all the side quests in this game are Magirock, and since magic is utterly useless, it's more like a collectible than anything useful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess in the highest evolutions of later cities you can actually buy some of the strongest weapons and armors in the game, but at that point you usually have better stuff already. Like,
Yeah, at least so at least most of the prizes you get for gems and IOG are actually useful.
Yeah. This game has a lot of side quests, but for most side quests you just don't really get that much. Like, you get the Emu Pike from Mu, and Polynese with the macho appeal is just hilarious, but other than that you don't get a whole lot out of side quests. They're really fun to do though in this game. Like, you can also buy your own apartment later on in the highest evolution of Loire and pick out furniture and stuff.
Some of them are kind of elaborate too, like I know one of them you have to actually go around and take pictures of all the other towns in the game with a camera that makes you explode when you use it for the first time.
You have to do Suncoast, the city on Australia, you have to take a photo of Suncoast and then show it in Loire, Near Lake and Freedom in the tourism center to actually get the last evolution of that city. Pierre is my favorite NPC interaction in the game though, it's the camera dude.
Oh.
Like, the first time you try out the camera it burns you, the second time it electrocutes you.
Yeah, and then they reenact the Great Chicago Fire. I think it was in the 1920s or something.
Yeah, if you tell an NPC in Near Lake how to do his hamburger, he burns down the whole city. So yeah, this game has a lot of content that I'm not even remotely touching in this run. And I had to shut up for a moment for the right theme.
But yeah, this whole castle is goofy mini games and no actual fighting.
It's a lot of talking, avoiding the guards that can send you back all the way to the beginning. And, like, even from falling you actually don't take damage in this dungeon. And then right here, if you don't wait for L to stop moving before you go into that door, the door trigger hasn't spawned, you run over it, you end up in the wall and you can't get out anymore. Because you can't do magic here.
Boo.
Which is a whole lot of fun. It's basically impossible to be fast enough if you don't use the running shoes, but I prefer waiting like half a second or so to be completely sure. And now it turns out that Royd isn't actually evil, he was just here to spy on the guy and find out who his boss was, so now we heard about the existence of Dr. Baruga. Oh, I think this version might actually have the mistranslation on the world map. Not entirely sure though. I also like this conversation because Ark looks at every single character he talks to except for Yomi. He just doesn't care. Okay, time to go visit Will. The lone survivor of the Wright brothers, apparently. And now we have access to an airplane that's really useless. Whoops. Because at this point in the game there's a single landing strip for this, and you can add one more in Australia by evolving the city and doing a side quest. But those are the only places where you can actually land.
You can just go to Australia anyway with the ship.
Yeah, it's just faster. Let's see, does it have it? Why does it not give me... Why does it not tell me where I am? Yeah, Scandia. Where do I actually have to fly for it to... oh. No, okay, this is apparently not the version. Or I'm guessing I'm just not finding the right trigger. Oh, it might be the tower though. So there's, in the English version there's some place on the world map when you fly over it, like it shows you the area you're in and it's supposed to say Baruga. That there's some place that does say Veruga with a V though, because I think the letter B does not exist in the Japanese alphabet and it's used. They use a V.
I think it's the other way around actually. I think
something like that.
V actually doesn't exist.
It's one of the two. Yeah, V doesn't exist, you're right. And it's a really weird, they just did not change the name for some reason.
See, I just figured you were flying around looking for Doom Gaze.
So I was trying to find that spot where that text actually comes up. I just don't know which one, where it is. It might be over his tower.
Yeah, B and V are a lot like L and R in Katakana.
Okay, so now I'm going to equip the red armor. I'm going to lose 90 max HP, but get 38 armor because it's the second armor I had, and 13 strength out of it. So instead of 150, I'm dealing like close to 300 damage now.
It would have been nice if they'd have it would have been nice if they'd have spelled armor wrong so that we could have equipped red armor instead.
Gives you more strength, superior dancing power, and a bloodlust that cannot be sated.
Yeah.
And I can do backflips on the elevator, which is always fun.
And an irresistible urge to kidnap blue-haired princesses. Elevator go down.
So this place actually has the hardest boss fight in the whole game because of incredible lag, and he has 3 different moves and every one of them lags the game differently, which is just super enjoyable.
But the nice thing about Megatron, as we call the security robot here, is that it's really all execution based, whether you survive or not.
Yeah.
RNG.
It's actually the only boss where we do RNG manipulation at the beginning of the fight to change his pattern. Because he usually starts the fight by flying up, which is the biggest time waster he has. But by running all the way to the left side of the arena and then running towards him, you skip that. And after that it's a 50-50 chance if he uses his missile attack or flies up after doing 2 attacks. Like, if you played this game on PAL, you have no idea. Because on A lot of the lag issues in this game disappear on 50 frames per second. Like, for example, Shadowkeeper does not lag in the PAL version. The security robot does lag in the PAL version, but it's not comparable to the lag of the NTSC version.
And the power of Megatron is too much for the Super Nintendo to handle.
Yeah, he has basically a hammer, he has weird sickles he can shoot, and he has missiles he can shoot that burn you when they land. And every one of his attacks has a status effect that he can do. Like, the missiles burn you, the hammer stuns you, and those weird sickles he shoots are the worst because they reduce your attack value, so you do like 5 damage.
Yeah. One thing I thought would have been nice to have done differently with the game is instead of fighting Megatron here, you fight it at the end of the airship, and Dr. Baruga is piloting it.
Yeah.
It would give a much more kind of climactic conclusion to Dr. Baruga's story.
So
not that what actually happens isn't amazing in its own way, but it is
yeah.
that climactic.
Yomi for some reason knows at this point the password to Dr. Baruga's computer. Which is not explained, but hey. Well, you kind of get the idea later on in the game. That computer is actually really interesting in a casual run because it explains a lot about what Baruga is actually trying to do. So his plan is to release a virus called Asmodeus on the world, and that's supposed to kill 90% of Earth's population, all except for his followers who look like the KKK and get the vaccine from him, to create a better mankind. Okay, focus time because Megatron.
And the fight's probably going to be over by the time we even see it start here.
It very well might be. One way or the other.
Yeah.
Wow, really? Wexel just called horrible RNG. So yeah, this is how you wreck Megatron using the Embu Pike. We did get one lift-off though, which is suboptimal, but there's nothing you can do. And now we get this amazing line. For people who remember the goat picture from earlier, this is where the line is from. Why am I not using the shoes? Eagle has landed. Suspension okay.
The last attack was unsightly.
Judgment has passed. It shoots out little mini robots that you have to kill before you actually finish the before you can actually finish the room.
And they do like no damage at all.
They do 1 or 2 damage and they die in 1 hit.
It took me forever to actually find the where I'm supposed to examine the capsule too when I got here. That number, it's really, really annoyingly precise.
Yeah, it is. Like sometimes you can talk to him 3 times because you can talk to him from a longer distance, then you have to walk to him in order to trigger that robot thing. So sometimes you just stand there and talk to him 7 times and then you go 1 step towards him and the robot scene immediately starts. But it's like, I have no idea who you are, but thank you for arousing me. Has to be one of my favorite lines in this game.
Isn't it also unique to the English version that he actually refers to his boss as Dark Gaia too?
I think it is, yeah. So this is the Asmodeus virus that wipes out Neo Tokyo right now.
Which is kind of ironic given that this is a Japanese game.
But at least it's a Russian doing it and not an American. That would be...
that would be a little...
So now...
Correct QQ Moors.
At this point, Ark is actually supposed to die after resurrecting Dr. Baruga. That was the reason he was sent here. What am I fighting for?
He's fighting for swag footwear.
Well, seeing as Quintet has made a Godzilla game, apparently, that's actually quite fitting, Kojiro. So now this is basically the standard end of the RPG part where you get this open world thing where you can go around, need to collect some stuff and then just go to the final dungeon at some
You're going
point.
to save at some point during this, right?
Yeah, I am going to save after getting the last Starstone because of the crash issue.
Mm-hmm. Which I think both of us still have yet to actually see, but enough sources say that it exists to be worth precautions.
Yeah, you don't die because all of the beings you saved before whoops actually send you their power, like Son Goku style. So you can fire the spirit bomb at Dr. Baruga and survive. No, but all the beings you've helped before talk to you and give you that pep talk about how suicide is not the answer.
What does that have to do with suicide, though? Given
Okay, let's say dying is not the answer.
That just means you're asking the wrong questions.
So yeah, this guy, when I originally escorted Liam actually found a Starstone after defeating the Mud Doll, and this asshole that died in the desert stole it from him. So he got what he deserved and I just stole his Starstone.
Leap of faith to perk you right up.
Yeah, Ra, Kingbird, Neo, and Kumari are like the four big beings you resurrect that kind of just bring the rest of the race along for the ride. Oh, we're going to see a lot of karma very soon. This is one of those games where everyone basically gets what they deserve except for Ark. And the goats.
And I guess L too.
Well, nobody really knows what happens to her. It's kind of hard to tell, since the ending is kind of left open as to what is really going on.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Void and Feeder kind of get shafted. So for some reason our hero is immune to the evil virus.
plot armor too strong.
Oh yeah, I guess Underworld L gets...
Yeah, Underworld L is the one I was talking about.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The virus is just sprinkled on the streets, and he's protected by superior boot technology.
Yeah.
Well, Maylin already
Snail
got what
goose
she
shoes
deserved.
protect him from the virus.
So the reason everyone in Neo Tokyo died is because Japanese people take off their shoes when entering a house. So they didn't have boot protection.
Apparently that's a cultural faux pas in Canada too, as I found out at Crystals for Life.
Oh,
this year.
it's really common in Europe as well to take off your shoes when entering a house. But not as extreme in Japan, where they also do that in school and put on slippers and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, in America, I would say it's only really considered rude if you have dirty shoes that you wear into a house. If it's not a time of year where there's snow or mud or anything like that, people don't really care.
Yeah, it's like, around here, it's basically when you enter a house, just look if the people who own the house are wearing shoes or not and act accordingly. Because you find houses with like really expensive floors and stuff that people don't want to get scratches on and stuff.
Well, because it saves you the effort of putting them back on when you're ready to leave, I guess. If you advantage of not taking them off. Who locks their sewers anyway?
The funny thing is that key doesn't actually do anything. The key triggers this cutscene where I get contacted by whoever I'm looking for, and that actually opens the door. If you teleport out before that cutscene, the key does not allow you to open the door.
So it's a key item then.
Yeah. Okay, so now that this little girl is being chased by a lion, it's time to grind a few levels.
What better time to grind?
This is the last grind of the game, though, I promise.
So, if anybody needs like a bathroom break or something before the end of the run, now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty short, though, compared to some of the other grinds. So I will grind to level 27 here. Shoryuken! I got quite a lot of those in this run.
Maybe he's a lion.
Yes,
SGN punch!
if you talk to people, like there's an owner of a weapon shop, and if you talk to people before the virus gets released here, they say that there's a rumor that the weapon shop owner keeps a lion as a pet. And apparently those rumors were true.
Welcome back, Boy the Hero.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting moment where it's like, oh, there's a lion chasing a girl. These things are shiny, you better kill them for a while.
Terranigma run has been pretty terrible at the start. It kind of like... It has been pretty good afterwards, I want to say. Like dying in chapter 1 and only getting 1 of 4 birds was really bad, but everything else went pretty well, I think.
Because the Shadow Keeper was the only death so far, right?
Yeah,
So to say
Shadow Keeper
unintentional
was
death, but this
the
is the
only
only
death.
game of the trilogy that doesn't actually have intentional deaths.
Well, it does, but their story triggered.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that was
They're
the
unintentional
only
in
death of the run.
the game storyline.
The only time Puexel actually stopped because of the streaming problems, he also stopped his timer.
Yeah, that was right before the Killer Six-Pack in the Pyramid that I didn't want to do without being on stream.
Because it's like the most interesting part of the pyramid.
Yep. The other time that the stream went down, I just kept going because it was cutscenes.
So that's the grind already. You have to be really careful in this part. If you get hit by those blue flames from those ghosts, they can inflict you with Death Curse status, where you get a 30-second timer at the top left of the screen, and when it reaches 0, you just game over.
Yep, it's kind of like the condemned status in Final Fantasy. Do you actually get any of the items that cure it in the route?
There
or-
is the chest to the very left of the grinding spot has one. So if something happens, I can just run back. Which is really nice. You could also cure it with the bird spell if you still had it at that point. Battlemaster SGN is your blind date. These lines. Okay, so now this whole thing kind of clears up, I guess. So this little girl has a starstone, and Liam thinks it's the starstone that was stolen from him by humans, so he chases her all around the sewers.
Well, I think that item you get in the underworld is actually just to prevent getting paralyzed by the gardeners.
It prevents sleep. There is actually the armor you can find in Baruga's lab does prevent the death curse status though. Being normally cursed and getting the death curse are also two different status effects in this game. Normal curse is the nightmare of every speedrunner, because it makes you stop like every 5 seconds, and Ark has a big red heart over his head for no reason. The thing you can find in Tower 3 in the underworld is the sleep seal. It makes it impossible for enemies to put you to sleep, but the only enemies that can actually put you to sleep are in Chapter 1. Okay, so this is the last starstone I have to collect, which is really good because I need to use the bathroom really badly. And it will definitely give me enough time for that, because the cutscene after this is pretty long. Like, not Final Fantasy long, but it's like around 8 minutes. So now I'm in the part of the game that makes no sense whatsoever. Well, I have to say, like, the vampire fight was pretty good. They just, like, the woman did not cooperate after losing her husband.
Yeah, I also wasn't as aggressive as I could have been, because being more aggressive can also translate into getting wrecked if you, if they deploy their shields when you're not ready for it. Yeah, my RNG was pretty good for the vampires, though. Both fights, actually.
So this part is the part of the game where the devs just went insane for a moment, and nothing makes sense. Well, it is a drunken dream, but still, it's like really weird. Like you go into that weird temple, and you drink that stuff, you get the nightmare, and then all of a sudden there's a chest and you're good.
Yeah, these are just as bad as the floating eyeballs in IOG too, because they can become invincible, make you unable to hit them.
I think it's actually worse because you get knocked back when you hit them while they're invincible, and quite a bit. But yeah, this is where Ark channels his inner will and trips balls. The run is going okay for what it is.
We should definitely be sub 10 in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Unless Dark Gaia happens a few times.
Well, that is not unprecedented.
That's just to be expected.
Light World L knows how to cast X-Zone.
She should just deal with all the bad guys. She's apparently way more qualified than Ark.
Well, hey, just like that NPC that was able to steal the key to move from the vampires.
I think this is actually the only time we saw Ark throw up in this run so far.
Yeah.
Because
you'll see that a lot more in casual play.
He actually liked the soup, which is random if he likes it or if he throws up when you eat soup. Yeah, you see it a lot in casual play because whenever you use an L-bulb, the best healing item outside of your inventory, he throws up because it's too big or whatever.
Lots of the food you can eat in towns makes you throw up too.
Or burn when it's too spicy for some reason. Like...
Yeah, because eating spicy food makes your whole body burn.
This is for safety because at the start of the cutscene now, the game could potentially crash. So I'm saving here so that I don't have to do that whole Starstone collecting thing again, if that should happen. Okay, time to do the Starstones. The order does not matter as long as you end with one of the upper three skulls, because that actually makes this whole cutscene faster. And as soon as the cutscene starts, I'll excuse myself for a moment. I usually run the Japanese version of this game though, because it's faster and the only legit NTSC version.
The Japanese version of Soul Blazer is quite a bit faster too.
Yeah, I change versions and routes fairly often. Because there are different merits to doing runs with and without deaths. Just kind of whatever I'm feeling at the time.
The Japanese version of IOG would have some major route changes too, because of like the differences in the bosses and how medical herbs work and stuff. And there you can also actually skip getting free Dan in the first dungeon too, because for some reason, only in the Japanese version you can actually hit the switch that you need free Dan for with Will's Flute if you run up against it. But I've tried many times and have not been able to do it in the English version.
There are some kind of strange changes in translation in both Soul Blazer and IOG. I wonder, like, ActRaiser 2, if the Japanese version is any different.
Other than the bosses all actually being named after the 7 deadly sins, I don't think the game itself is different.
Yeah, it seems like at some point I heard it was basically the same, but I haven't played Japanese versions of the ActRaiser games.
Well, the ActRaiser 1 is a lot harder in the Japanese version, I know, because I think it's because the magical Stardust uses more like 3 MP instead of 1. I think some of the bosses are harder, like the Rafflesia boss its head appears and disappears instead of always being out.
That was way too close. I basically came back the moment the text box came up. But yeah, this is the last stretch. After this cutscene, there's one dungeon without a boss, and then the final boss. Kill that babe now, I really like that typo. Well, apparently Ark's girlfriend also got buffed because she will do weird stuff very soon.
Yeah, if any of us try to do a Trilogy gauntlet of our own, this part is going to be kind of rough. Just because having been playing for over 9 hours or so and having all these cutscenes before you get to go on the final dungeon.
Like in a normal run, it's a nice little breather before you enter like the final stretch with the bullshit boss fight. And there's actually some pretty deep lines in this cutscene. It gets really philosophical at this point.
I imagine some of the, like, Final Fantasy X would be sort of the same way.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, well, I'm through all of this, and now for all the ridiculously long cutscenes.
Yeah, the
Also
I mean,
able to do
an
things.
average run of Final Fantasy X is about 11 hours long, not including ending, and the last like 2 hours or so of it really drag because of how many cutscenes there are.
By the
Even
way,
Final Fantasy 9, like there's the big stretch before the end of Disc 3 seems like it'd be pretty grating.
I'll stop the timer after the ending cutscene since I timed all the other endings so far. I'll not stop it. Usually the timing would stop on the last hit on Dark Gaia. But just so we have a time for the whole thing, since we played out all the endings, I'm just... Well,
Yep.
it also ran through all of the stream changes and stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to slow this down a little bit, just so people can see the evil master plot. And this wonderful line from Yomi.
How shall I do? That's apparently the world's most localized earthquake, too. I guess it's more, it's better than Friedan's earthquake, at least.
Yeah, and I don't know where Elle got those powers, but...
Either that or Elle remember to cast float before she came into the basement.
Oh, it is. The chest is actually called Pandora's Box in this version. Okay, so that explains the whole freezing thing in the beginning, I guess.
Yeah. I think they might have called it that in the beginning, too.
I'm not sure, I just saw it now. Might be that the Elder calls it that. So yeah, that's also the reason why Yomi knew the password to Baruga's computer and stuff, because he's there to guide you along your way of resurrecting Baruga, and then you're actually supposed to die. So now you also see why the king actually wanted her to talk again and wipe out everyone, because this chest of the hero was hidden in the village, and he wanted to find a way to to get to it. And now we meet Lightworld Yomi. So in this game you get the ultimate weapon and armor just by default in this cutscene. They are really, the names in the English version are really lazy because they are just the hero pike and the hero armor. In the German version it's actually the Terra pike and the Enigma armor, which I think is way better.
Oh, definitely.
And now we see Ark's incredible reading speed. Okay, now first it's time to use the very last bone pin of the game, because nobody has the time to backtrack through this whole forest. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long since we've been here, how are we even expected to remember where to go?
It was actually in one run, like way back, I was on world record pace and actually bought a bone pin less than usual and had to backtrack through that forest, which takes like more than a minute. Even if you find the way.
Ouch. Yeah, but yeah, we're in Sweden right now, with which has the dark secret of fake Krista.
So I'm going to fly a little detour because I want to check if it's actually the tower that has the weird world map name. I know I've read about it somewhere, I have no idea what it is though, so let's check in Siberia. Oh, this is Greenland by the way, not Siberia. Wrong icy part of the world. No, it's just Siberia here. Okay, I don't know where to actually find that. Yeah, this city right here is called Mosque, so I guess it's supposed to be Moscow. Then Loire is a river in France. I don't know if it's actually a city there.
If it is, it's not as important as just the Loire region of France.
Yeah. So, and now at this scene, sometimes it just feels like the game is soft locked because you don't get control of Ark for so long.
This is kind of a silly dungeon. It's not as bad as Dragoon Castle, but it's still kind of pointless because there's no real fighting. It's just cutscenes for the most part.
Trying to equip the running shoes again, because walking is way too tiring right now. Like that would need, I would need to hold down the D-pad for that, and nah.
That would totally crush his head, by the way, too, with how it grabbed him, but he borrowed some of Will's hair gel, I guess.
Well, it would just be another death, another day in the office for Ark. So yeah, this part of the dungeon is kind of lame. The second part is at least interesting and somewhat challenging because it has enemies that can actually do something. Yeah, I'm going to equip the hero pike soon. I don't need it at this point. I'm still just one-shotting everything. I'm going to equip the hero pike when I go into the menu next time for equipping the time bombs. In a normal run you would have to equip the hero pike way earlier, but the Enbu pike works just as well for this dungeon. Like, the Royd theme in this game is pretty hype. The problem is it's like 15 seconds of music looping over and over again. It's amazing 15 seconds though.
These time bombs have the dastardly side effect of making the low health sound.
Yeah, this can really get to you in some places where you're like, wait, I'm actually that low on HP? Oh, I placed the bomb.
So what are the other two weapons that are in the special slots?
One of them you can win in the lottery in Leoto or just straight out buy it. And I think it's the last expansion in Sankos, and the other one is close, like on another part of the South Pole, not where the graves is. There's like a cave next to it, and it's a mermaid lance or something it's called. They're just decent weapons with decent side effects. It's nothing really special though. Same goes for the armors. You can buy one, you find one, you get the ultimate armor and else cape automatically, of course. Wait, I was already there, okay. I already hit level 28, so I'm fine. Didn't die to robots. Wait, what did I do? I'm retarded. Oh yeah, the aura stuff, you're right. How did that happen to me? I don't think I'm losing time, because I think I know which ones I'm... Did I didn't forget these, did I? I did. Okay. Yeah. Didn't lose time. Not really, like maybe 10 seconds or so, at most. Wow, that grenade almost sniped me.
Couldn't they have built this airship in the school of Death Star design where you just have to hit one point and the entire thing explodes?
Because R can't use the force. Okay, so we blew up the computers that control the whole airship with time bombs. And I'll let Dr. Baruga explain the rest. And this is how we get rid of Dr. Baruga, which is like the most anticlimactic thing that could have happened to him. It's actually the real reason Baruga had to die here was because he claimed to have cooler boots than Ark. And that shit just does not fly.
Nope.
So this is the legitest explosion of all time. The airship crashes in South America and this dude watches from Australia. And now it is time for the final boss fight. So I don't need to do as much shopping as I usually would. Because I'm pretty sure I still have 9 elbows from Mosque. Yeah, I haven't healed since then.
Is that because of having the Envu Pike or just because of playing well?
Just because of playing well. Well, the Embu Pike makes the Megatron fight a little bit shorter, but I just didn't get hit.
And this final boss is by far the most difficult final boss of these 3 games.
Yeah, Dark Gaia gets progressively harder as the trilogy unfolds.
The problem is because of the level I'm fighting him on. I have 199 HP at this point. And Dark Gaia can hit me for 210 if he deals max damage. So it's completely possible for me to just get one shot in this fight. It doesn't happen that much though, so it's not really worth grinding an additional level to be able to survive an attack.
If you didn't use the red armor, would you just do 1 damage then, or would it?
I would do way less damage, yeah. The fight would be really slow. I would lose 13 strength, and even like this I deal like 20 to 30 damage. The Crystal Pike's effect doesn't work because people were lazy.
That would have been a nice cool Easter egg if you could actually equip the Crystal Spear and have the healing effect work.
So it's basically not bound to where you are, it's just after you finish chapter 1 they were just like, nope, effect removed.
Mm-hmm.
Can I actually still do this? I want to so there's no way to shop or anything, you can kill those souls though, and they can actually drop money.
Yeah, lots of creepy stuff kind of happens in this town between people getting frozen and then turning into ghosts. Money!
Well, there is technically actually a use for that money, because if I die on Dark Gaia I get sent back to the overworld and I don't lose my money upon death. So you could technically still use it by losing to the final boss. Whoops, I don't need to go here, I need to go here.
Need to beat more games where the final boss just gives a gigantic chunk of experience, so you have to sit through level up animation for like 5 minutes.
Okay, so here is where the text skipping comes really in handy, because usually this scene just takes forever. But we can just skip all of that. And I hope he uses his attack at least once, because the name is amazing.
Yes, no spoilers unless he doesn't do it. It's It's weird for me to say he too, by the way, just because I've always thought of Dark Eye as being female. IOG.
There will probably be no attack. Oh, maybe. Depends on if he's... Yeah, he's an ass. Okay. Really? Really, Dark Gaia? Okay, first... How did that happen? Wow. I was just gonna say first form is over and then I completely messed that up. Ah, now it's over. It's a shame we didn't get to see it. He actually has an attack where he swings his sword and shoots out like an energy beam, which is called Sonic Boom in the English version.
Sonic Boom!
Sonic Boom! And now we go for the very last fight.
Dark Eye's theme is almost as epic as Guile's theme.
Yeah, and we go for Invisible Arc right here.
In this second form, there are times when it's like you won't be down a whole lot of health, but because there are a couple of different damage ranges that can almost kill you, it's still worth healing you once you take like any damage at all.
Yeah, exactly. Because he can potentially hit me for like 196
Oh
damage.
wow, that clutch explosion dodge there.
Yeah, it's the laser itself doesn't actually have a hitbox, only the 3 explosions that the laser causes have a hitbox and can get you.
Yeah, and that's the attack that can do 210 damage. That's you.
Well, that's the only attack that should actually ever hit you in this fight. He can deal 202 damage with everything.
Oh, right.
But all the other attacks are really easy to dodge.
Or just dash through.
Yeah, the laser is like not really telegraphed or anything, so there's some patterns where he usually does it, but sometimes he just lasers out of nowhere and you're dead.
Yeah, music for this fight is so awesome just because it kind of weaves together the theme of the game with some other stuff too.
Oh, that one really hurt. So that's why I heal. He just hit me for 189, which is 10 less than I have max HP, so he could have... if I was even down by a little bit, that could have just killed me instantly. This is really bad RNG, by the way, for this fight.
And there's a glitch you can use to actually not get damaged by the mega laser, but it costs time to use.
Yeah, the mega laser is undodgeable, but it also can't kill you. Unless you're blocking. Because every tick of damage it does, it just halves your current HP, and once you're down to 1 HP it just does 0 damage. But if you block at that point, it will still do 1 damage and kill you. So if you were really confident in not ever getting hit by Dark Gaia, you wouldn't actually need to heal in this fight. But
that's not really possible because of the laser.
Yeah, like I've done bulkless fights before, but that laser is just so random. I'm also running out of healing items, wow.
The reason why he's not equipping the bulb is because if he uses one not in the box, there's an animation associated with it that makes him a sitting duck.
Yeah, you can get hurt during the healing animation, and especially with using an elbow arc throws up after using it, which is a really long animation. So it's extremely dangerous. And especially your health ticks up rather slowly, and if you're not fully healed, the game does not think you have like full HP. I have a save state of this fight on level 15, I think. That's the lowest I've ever challenged him on. But yeah, that was the final boss of this game. Like, the first hour was kind of train-wrecky, but I'm also used to like streams with 20 viewers, so I was kind of nervous starting out.
That's a really good run considering all the terrible luck you had in several different places.
After the birds, it went really well in my opinion.
Yeah, I think all three of the runs I thought were pretty good for being live no resets runs.
And thanks everybody. Like, it's really hard to judge how well the time was because of all the additional stuff I did for this fun stream, but yeah.
Nobody's allowed to leave until the ending's over, though, just because the music during the credits is probably the highlight of the whole trilogy, soundtrack-wise, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and the ending cutscene is really well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chinese patch for the game is so weird. I've actually seen somebody run it now. It's not a translation, they translated the story-related parts, and for some reason they edited enemies. Like, after Shadowkeeper, I think you're level 45.
Okay.
With, like, the very first room of the game gives you, like, 20 levels instantly. I think I'll have to run that at one point just for the heck of it.
Just for lols.
The spacey background is in Chapter 1 during the resurrection scenes of all the continents. You are in that waiting room in the beginning that has that space background and everything.
A little more elaborate than the other two games because it has constellations in it, but it's still the distinctive quintet outer space background. I would hope that Shining Force is your favorite with what you named yourself, Bowie the Hero.
I love how he says that Yomi stayed with him for the whole journey, even though it was like one dungeon.
He gets his Yomis mixed up.
Well, they kinda look the same, I guess. It's a shame that they don't have a different hair color like L, and this Yomi is like orange or something.
And then you never actually get to see what Light Side Arc looks like too, because all you see is his silhouette. See if Light Side Arc has even better boots. Shining Force 2 is actually one of the two Genesis RPGs I've actually played, the other one being Phantasy Star 4. Yeah, there's a couple other people that have been around a lot of the day that run this game too. If you liked it too, like Lemon SX runs it. Does Dirtod run it too? Or I know I see him in a lot of Terranigma streams.
No, I don't think he runs it. Let me check the view list if there's someone else here. I think if Voltus is still here, he runs it from time to time.
He was here too. Happy Squid, who I think was in and out a few times. Yeah, of the three games, Terranigma definitely has the biggest speedrun community.
If you want to see, like, basically... I don't like to call it high-level Terranigma because I still consider myself to be somewhat bad at the game. Or at least very inconsistent. It's I'll just post the names in chat, that's way easier.
So basically, you find any German speedrunner and you just be like, hey, go run Terranigma.
Yeah,
There's
hey,
like an
you-
80% chance they already know how.
Yeah, maybe even like a 10% chance that they've cut the EXO. That's how you get cred in Germany.
Yeah, that's how you get into university and start a career. You cut the EXO in any game of your choice. But yeah, Krawick
Points
is...
if it's a game that EXO actually is good at.
Krawick, who has, I think, the second best time with a sub 355, is actually French.
Combo breaker, huh?
Yeah, but now, because we allowed the overworld to live, the underworld has to go away, because both worlds can't exist at the same time.
Yeah, well, and I guess I always kind of understood it that the underworld was created and sustained by Dark Gaia, and then after you kill Dark Gaia, it can't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's about right. But how else would Ark spend his last day on Earth than napping? Goodbye for just a little while. It has some really sad dialogue, and now I'm just going to shut up so you can enjoy this beautiful piece of music.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna pretty much do it for us today, so let me do one last plug for all of our personal channels, because if you want to, I mean, as of now I only run IOG, although I do want to learn Soul Blazer next year and Terranigma eventually at some point too, but if you can't wait that long, you should follow Everhate and Sakegeist immediately.
So yeah, thank you very much everyone for watching, and thank you Puexo for letting us do this on your channel.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
thanks guys
a lot
for
of fun.
yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime, maybe as a relay race or something if
Yeah, so if people want to see more Terranigma, I'm not doing any percent right now. I'm doing Magirock percent, which involves getting all 97 Magirock that are available in the Japanese version. It makes the run longer by like 40 or 45 minutes. And it's a really fun watch in my opinion, and I'm going to pick up Soul Blazer like when AGDQ is over, I guess.
yeah, because it'd be nice to actually get a regular race going for Soul Blazer, just because of all these games, it's got the least amount of RNG and it's the friendliest in length for scheduling a big race.
Yeah. So
After AGDQ, I also hope to not be bad at Soul Blazer one of these days.
does anyone actually have a raid target, or?
We've got Dragon Darsh is doing donation stream for AGDQ, or Obda's doing Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, although I
so-
rated Abda yesterday and then he immediately game over about a minute later before I'd even finished playing my commercials. So
Wow, that's beautiful fan art, Lemon.
There are actually quite a few really good streams going on right now.
So yeah, I don't
oh
have
yeah.
anything right now, just choose something and send people there. Well,
Yeah,
we
and
could go to Opta, since we were telling people before that they should just save their donations for 100% Chrono Trigger at AGDQ.
that's probably definitely in order. Let's get us a good raid message going. Please don't die, but if you do, blame Everhate.
The problem is we won't beat Mr. MV's raid message.
Yeah, that was too strong.
Yeah, the MV rate is always good.
Yeah, so again, thank you all for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, evening or night. And I hope I'll see you around soon. Goodbye.
Alright, later everybody.